Who said a summer trip to Daytona and fireworks were only for July? NASCAR is back at its birthplace, the High Banks at the World Center of Racing, which offers the perfect backdrop for the NASCAR Xfinity Series as their regular season winds down. Plenty of Daytona drama and flashy fireworks will be on display under the lights next. Glad to have you with us on the Deuce.
You ready to go?
Let's do it. It's time to drop the hammer for the NASCAR Xfinity Series.
Here comes the surge. They'll be side by side.
3 wide work for Willie.
He muscles him up and out of the groove.
Closing in on the outside.
They just avoided disaster there.
Contact! Rooting down in there.
And it all breaks out.
Hard in the outside wall. The big one. That's how
A huge incident.
They need to get back on the track.
We've got 4 cars side by side, all battling out. It's now a 4-horse race.
Door handle to door handle drama. 3 wide as they come to the white flag.
He's absolutely dead and level at the front of the field.
An unbelievable finish.
He absolutely stood up in the seat and was counted for there.
In the NASCAR Xfinity Series, names are made here. Yes, it is an August Saturday night in Daytona, and everyone is jazzed up for this weekend, one of the best weekends on the NASCAR calendar, as a return trip to Daytona brings the series back on to these historic High Banks. Tonight, it's the NASCAR Xfinity Series. With race 24 of the season, just 3 races remain in the regular season. And there has been plenty of news and plenty of drama surrounding this series since the last time they turned a lap 2 weeks ago up in upstate New York. With that, we say hello, one and all. I'm Matthew Owens. Our USRN race family welcomes you to Daytona. Thanks for having us in for the race. Also, thanks for joining us on JBMotorsports on YouTube, here with us tonight in prime time. Of course, if you're listening over in Europe, it's not prime time. It's, well, early Saturday morning. No matter where you are, welcome, because this is going to be a spectacular weekend, and we're going to have a fun night tonight. And I say spectacular weekend only if the weather cooperates with us, which at least for the very second it is at the moment. And that's how you have to take things weather-wise in Daytona Beach this time of year, is minute by minute. As mentioned, the Xfinity Series has produced unbelievable action and drama all season long. But for the last 2 weeks, since the checkered flag fell at Watkins Glen, the drama has not been on the racetrack itself. Some of that drama, of course, is to make the playoffs. Elsewhere, it's about the regular season championship. Let's take a look at how those 2 championships stack up heading into tonight's race. Connor Zilich has 6 wins on the season. He's at the top of the playoff grid, his 6th win coming last time out in Watkins Glen in a wild race. His teammate Justin Allgaier, 2nd in the playoff standings with 3 wins. Then you have Sam Mayer with 1 win. Jesse Love, Brandon Jones, Sammy Smith, and Nick Sanchez have 1 win each. Austin Hill is also locked in to the playoffs based on 3 wins, but of course does not have any playoff points after a suspension following an intentional crash of Eric Almirola at Indianapolis. That means 8 drivers are locked into the playoffs based on wins. 12 drivers make the Xfinity Series postseason, so 4 places are currently open on points. Those 4 spots are currently held by Carson Quaffle. He's very comfortable at 112 points above the cut line. Sheldon Creed is plus 77. Taylor Gray is plus 76 in 11th. The final spot is currently held by Harrison Burton. Harrison is 30 points above the cut line, 30 points above his cousin, Jeb Burton, and 38 points ahead of Ryan Sieg. maximum point gain possible in one race this season with the addition of the Xfinity fastest lap point is 60, which means everyone from 15th place Christian Eckes on back is in a must-win situation in order to make the playoffs. Meanwhile, the regular season championship is also very much magnified. One of the reasons why is because of how close it is. 24 points separate the top three. Connor Zilich's win at Watkins Glen put him 7 points ahead of Justin Allgaier. Sam Mayer is third, 24 points back. Jesse Love is fifth, 92 points behind Zilich. Certainly not out of it quite yet, with still 3 races left in the regular season. And Austin Hill is fifth, 133 back of Zilich. The regular season champion will be crowned in just a couple weeks' time when the checkered flag flies on Saturday, September 6th at Worldwide Technology Raceway at Gateway. The winner of the regular season championship will receive 15 additional playoff points. Huge for anyone, specifically in the conversation we're having here, because Connor Zilich already has 36, a massive amount of playoff points already, and an additional 15 for winning the regular season championship would certainly be huge. But that regular season championship, it's very much in focus, not only because of how close it is, but as I bring in my guy Seth Eves here with us all weekend long from Daytona. A part of the drama that's been going on since the checkered flag fell at Watkins Glen 2 weeks ago is the health of Connor Zilich. We were, of course, on the air here on The Deuce along with JBM when Zilich won at Watkins Glen. He went to victory lane, he climbed out of his car, then he tumbled out of his car. It was very scary in the moment. We thought very bad things. In the end, it turned out almost as good as it could, but still, Seth, the young Zilich is hurt. He's broken his collarbone. He hasn't raced since. He will start tonight to get those all-important points for the regular season championship, but at the moment, we do not believe he's going to finish the race tonight.
Yes, that is the report. Good evening, everybody. Always great to be at Daytona. And, you know, Matthew, I've been off doing other things in recent years, so it's good to be with you for the Friday night show this year in addition to the Saturday night show. Yeah, you're right. This is it's interesting to watch. Of course, the reports this week are reports that have been kind of floating around the last couple of days. Is that Parker Kligerman's going to step into this car at the first caution. We'll see how we'll see what actually happens, but yeah, man, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, you know, they're going to probably want him to keep him at the back. You don't want him to get in any kind of trouble and take any kind of a significant hit or anything like that. So it'll be interesting to watch all this unfold. And man, I'm ready to go for what should be an exciting race here tonight for the NASCAR Xfinity Series, the Grand National Series at Daytona. I'm most appreciative of you putting the education lesson on grid tonight on Wednesday.
So again, that's the expectation that we have at the current moment, is that Zilich is going to start this race, as Seth said, whenever that first caution comes, whether it's at the end of stage 1 or before then. Expectation is that he's going to climb out of the car. Parker Kligerman's going to come in. If you are unfamiliar with the rule, the driver that starts the race in the car gets the points. And that means wherever Parker ends up finishing the race at, Connor Zilich would get those points. Very important again, because he's just 7 points ahead of Justin Allgaier for that regular season championship. Now, the other end of the playoff grid, of course, is where a lot of drama also is, Seth, because there's only 38 points that separates 12th place Harrison Burton and 14th place Ryan Sieg. You hear that, and you hear, well, what's the difference between 12th and 14th? Well, it's everything. 12th is the final playoff spot. 14th is the second guy that misses. interesting that it's those three drivers that come in on the bubble, Harrison Burton, Jeb Burton, and Ryan Sieg, to this race tonight, isn't it, Seth? Because Harrison won here in the Cup Series last year famously. Jeb has 2 Talladega wins and nearly won there this year, and Ryan Sieg seems to always pop up randomly on these super speedways.
Absolutely, yeah. That's the again. It's been a while since I've said this, so the line that maybe the JB folks aren't overly familiar with, but it's a line that our USRN audience is very much familiar with. The best part, at least in my opinion, what I love so much about coming to these racetracks is that if you make the show and you bring a car and you unload it off the hauler, doesn't matter how big or small your team is, you have a puncher's chance of winning or at least finishing top 5. Can't wait to see who some of the surprise names we'll see lurking around the chicken coop with 10 laps to go tonight.
Yes, we cannot wait to get this race started. Problem is, we are going to have to wait. We are in a delay already. Late start to the weekend. As the alert has just gone on around the speedway from NASCAR. Be aware that there is a threat of a thunderstorm, including lightning, for this area. When is there not? Please clear the grandstands and find appropriate shelter. So, we appreciate Mother Nature for waiting until we hit the air to do this. Thank you. Because, at least in the JBM world, once we're on the air, we're on the air. We can't get off of it. So,
Matthew, I've got a bunch of words for you. Stupid calls for Josh to experience.
So, what this does give us an opportunity to, I guess, expand upon a little bit more is...
Oh, yeah, we can do that too.
We can do that too, yes.
I don't know what you're saying, but we can do that too. I mean, it was something serious. We can.
Well, of course, yes.
That's what our job actually is, even though sometimes we stray away from it.
So, of course, the last 2 weeks of the Xfinity series, a lot has been talked about with Connor Zilich and his injury and what he was going to do for this race. But also, Seth, it has been a busy news cycle in the last week to 10 days in the series, because what we know and have known for over a decade as the NASCAR Xfinity Series, we knew would not be called that as soon as next year. Xfinity is not leaving our sport, but it is not re-upping as the title sponsor of this series. In fact, they're expanding as one of the presenting sponsors for the Cup Series, so good on you, Xfinity. They're not leaving. In fact, they're taking on a bigger role, but they will not have this series named after them. We now know what that answer is as of, about a week ago or so, Seth. Next year, the Grand National Series, as we affectionately call it, will be known officially as the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Yes, the cars will be as fast as O'Reilly Auto Parts, or as dependable. Yeah. Gonna be interesting to see how everybody reacts to that. I've already made a mistake talking to Dad about next season. I've said Xfinity twice, and he's actually had to say, nope, it's O'Reilly. Remember, I was like, boy, that's right. It is O'Reilly. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Ow!
Yes, indeed. So, we do welcome O'Reilly Auto Parts into the game next year. It'll sound different. It'll look a little different. The cars will remain the same. Of course, a lot of the drivers and most of the teams will remain the same, but it will have a new name. We've gone through this, of course, before in this series, multiple times, in fact, from Busch to Nationwide to Xfinity. And O'Reilly Auto Parts coming in starting next year. Now, something else that came out this week, not only about this series, Seth, but also for all of NASCAR in 2026, is the schedule is out at long last. The schedule seems to take longer and longer each year to come out, but we do have the schedule next year, and really, for what will be the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, not many differences. Certainly not many noticeable differences from the 2025 schedule to 26, which some people are happy about, others are not. I'll speak personally here. we go to Portland next on the 2025 schedule. We're not going to Portland next year, and I think that's a big... I think it's a big shame and disappointment to not be in Portland for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series next year.
Great. It's provided some fun races over the last several years, and gonna be a shame that we're not gonna get there next year. Of course, the one thing that kind of leads to the other point, which I think you're going to. So let me see if I can play the role of psychic. You know, that's usually you. You know, you telling me things that I don't get ahead of time, like certain fan bases being insufferable. But let me play the role of psychic here, because I feel like you're going to... Only one standalone race. Come on, guys. What are we doing?
Yeah, just the one standalone race next year. And, of course, back in the days of where this series was known as the Busch Series, one of the great delights of that series was when we had plenty of standalone races. And, Seth, you can jump in here and help me out here, but we went to places like Memphis and Kentucky and Nashville and Nazareth and Myrtle Beach and South Boston and many other places, Pikes Peak, for either Busch only or Busch and truck only events, separate from the Cup Series weekend. It was one of the kind of standards of the sport. It made it really fun. It made it unique. Those have certainly dissipated over the last handful of years. A lot of that has to do with TV networks. We hoped that with the new TV package that the Xfinity series brought in with the CW, that year 2 of this would lead to more standalone races, but really, Seth, it's led to less. We have, 2 this year, only 1 next year, and that's the Easter date at Rockingham, which is back.
Yes, and I was glad to see that, but yeah, it's a shame, man. I mean, you know, heck, find an IndyCar weekend that they're running at one of these places and run there instead of running it with a Cup weekend. You know, find you know, I know this is Xfinity, this is Grand National Racing, but what I told you the other night, Matthew, and I would like to tell the audience and anybody that's listening, I would like to just state this, that my grand idea would be Xfinity. I didn't tell you this Xfinity IndyCar, but my grand idea, and if you want to throw Xfinity into this, that's fine, or O'Reilly into this, that's fine. But I believe the perfect thing to do would have to be would get a number, not a lot, Truck Series and Cars Tour weekends at about 6 or 8 places. You can't tell me that places such as Berlin, Hickory, and others with some good facility. I know they understand the facility upgrade, but you can't tell me Hickory and, you know, South Boston and some of those other places wouldn't support a truck cars weekend. And you can't tell me that there would at least be half-hearted attempt promoted right. There wouldn't be interest in, say, I don't know, an Xfinity IndyCar weekend at, like, Texas or Homestead or somewhere like that.
Yeah, absolutely right. And someone needs to get on the phone with one Jeff Striegel, because a lot of sources have said that NASCAR has been looking at Berlin to host a Truck Series race, but they don't have a retaining wall on the back straightaway. So we need to get on the phone with Jeff Striegel, get a retaining wall into the back straightaway, and, you know,
a retaining wall for this corner and, well, every corner.
Indeed. But yes, the Xfinity Series schedule, which of course will be O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, is out for next year. We mentioned the highlight of Rockingham coming back on Easter weekend. That was such a huge success this year. Really, the only major change is that Portland is out. Kansas keeps its 1 date but does move. This year we're only going to Kansas in the fall. Next year we'll be going to Kansas in the spring. And, of course, the addition of San Diego, which is the overarching biggest thing that happened as a part of the NASCAR schedule, is the fact that we'll be heading to the Naval Base Coronado out in San Diego in June. Dover moves up in the calendar. In fact, we might because we are in a delay, get into some more overarching stories from the NASCAR schedule, because we haven't had a chance to talk about it on air, and I know it's been a hot topic all week long. And of course, Homestead is back as the championship race for all three of the National Series. So we might talk about that a little bit later, since we are in a weather delay. Let's stick with the Xfinity Series conversation as of now, though, because there is still so much to talk about. 3 races left in the regular season. Tonight at Daytona, or should I say sometime at Daytona. Portland next Saturday, and then the following at Gateway, just outside of St. Louis. And then the playoffs get started, and the playoff schedule is as such. Friday, September the 12th, up in Bristol, Tennessee. Saturday, September 27th, there is the once-a-year trip for the Xfinity Series to Kansas City. On Saturday, October 4th, they will run damn near at night at the Charlotte Roval. I'm not fully sure what went into scheduling that race at 5 p.m. local, but what have you. Then the round of 8 will feature Las Vegas, Talladega, and Martinsville championship races once again out in Phoenix, Arizona. So that's the playoff. That's the remaining schedule for the 3 regular season races, Seth, and the playoff schedule. Connor Zilich certainly has made himself the championship favorite by winning 6 times, by finishing in the top 5 in 11 straight races. If I were to ask you, who would be your favorite to upset Zilich, if that makes any sense, what would that answer be?
It's a cop-out answer, but I think I might go with Allgaier. But I tell you what, I love Sam Mayer.
Sam Mayer doesn't get talked about nearly enough. He's had an overly consistent season. Got his first win just 4 weeks back in Iowa. And I mean, that's a great team. The Haas Factory team, still so much of that team that won the championship just recently with Cole Custer aboard. So I think a lot of people love Sam Mayer. Let me ask you this, Seth. We know what has happened over the past few weeks with Austin Hill, right-hooking Eric Almirola at Indianapolis, which led to a suspension, which means he will be out of playoff points. He will start the playoffs with 0 playoff points, but he is still playoff eligible. What's your thoughts on Austin Hill heading towards the postseason?
Well, Talladega's in the playoffs, so he's got a chance there. Or is it? Maybe it isn't.
Yep, it is.
It is, okay. Yeah, the Talladega being a little bit later is throwing me off just a little bit. So, yeah, possibly. Who knows? Maybe he can try. If he doesn't win this title, he can try that stock car series Josh was sending us in the chat the other night.
Yes, indeed. That'd be a grand idea, wouldn't it? Oh, goodness. JT is with us, by the way.
He's handling things behind the scenes and once again wondering, what the hell am I doing with these 2 idiots again?
That's exactly what he's wondering. You can guarantee that. And I know we are on JT's absolute favorite source for audio tonight, but we are in a delay. We might get JT's thoughts on some things as we go on tonight.
Oh, I just sent another college football trophy into the chat.
I will have a look at that. But for context, JB Motorsports viewers, for viewers in the UK and outside, I introduced Matthew and Seth to the National Saloon stock cars that we have here in the UK that run on our short ovals. They are literally armoured tanks. They do whatever they want, and it is full contact. Search it up on YouTube, National Saloon stock cars, and see what chaos ensues.
Certainly what it is, chaos.
Yeah, well.
If if a driver punts you off into the wall, well, you're allowed to punt them off into the wall harder, and if that car hits the wall at a certain speed and angle, well, it goes into a barrel roll. As I said, search it up, you will be entertained.
Well, we might have JT walk us through some of the best kind of off-the-wall motorsports in England tonight, being that we have absolutely no idea what this night is going to hold.
How they are so happy to put on the plaque of the Iron Skillet, a tradition since 1915.
True. That's how long they've been playing for that. SMU and TCU. The Iron Skillet.
So waiting out, again, if you are just twisting us in, waiting out a weather delay here at Daytona. At the moment, we can tell you that it is not raining on Speedway property, but lightning is in the area. Seth and I talked during the week, whatever it was, Tuesday or Wednesday, and we talked about how it's going to be a pack your patience kind of weekend, which basically, anytime we go to Daytona these days, it is a pack your patience kind of weekend. But yes, we have chances of rain both tonight and tomorrow night. When don't we have a chance of rain when we come to world-famous Daytona Beach? Hopefully the rain will stay away and the lightning clock will expire. And we can get this race in.
Has just been added to the stream because for the past 15 minutes, even though we have been under a lightning delay, wasn't active. But, well, they've actually now activated it so you can see it on the stream. And you can count down the minutes and see the pain that we see in the commentary box when it ticks down to 1 second and it notifies another lightning strike and it goes from 1 second back to 30 minutes. And if it happens, do not blame me.
No, there's someone else to blame for that. But should we say that on air, JT? Should we?
No, but I am going to say something which I will regret later on in the broadcast, is that Teams has had a new update since we last used it.
Oh boy.
At the moment, it is playing ball with my microphone volume.
Oh dear.
I have now cursed it, haven't I?
Yeah, you probably have. As I hit my mute button here for just a moment to take care of matters behind the scenes, JT, do you want to tell us a little bit more? Do you want to have a nice conversation with Seth about some of the racing that you've been to over the last couple of weeks since last we spoke?
What about how we race three-wheeled Reliant Robins and you roll over and, well, the marshals literally walk up to your car, put you back on your three wheels and you get back in the race and then you can roll over again. Repeat. Yes, it is very fun. Anyway, since we are on a NASCAR Xfinity broadcast, a lot's happened. We touched on it a little bit earlier on in the broadcast about the name changes and other stuff. But back to the schedule, and I know this is Xfinity, but Truck Series next year, St. Petersburg. Supporting the IndyCar.
Well, that is great, but I do have some breaking news in regards to tomorrow night's race, if you're interested.
Go on.
NASCAR has caught a Hendrick team making unapproved adjustments after going through inspection. William Byron will have to serve an in-race penalty, and his crew chief has gotten the old heave-ho from the Speedway.
And also the 78 Live Fast Motorsports Chevrolet failed inspection twice, so car chief Lee Leslie was also ejected from the event and loss of pit selection. But yeah, not the best for William Byron for tomorrow.
Nope.
Should I be concerned that the lightning clock is now at 3 minutes and 38 seconds and counting when I literally looked 2 minutes ago and it was at 13 minutes? There is no way that we've just bypassed 10 minutes in what is probably 3 minutes. That must have jumped.
And just to cross one more T and dot one more I, team engineer Brandon McSwain will be the crew chief for the rest of the weekend on that 24 car.
noted, but not just that, a stop and go as well for the William Byron after taking the green. So veer to the field and a stop and go after taking the green. So he will go probably at least one lap down, depending on how long it takes. Because Daytona, it's the best that it's happened on a 2.5 or a 2 mile, 2.5 mile oval instead of a short oval. Let's be honest.
Indeed.
So as we look at the clock, it's ticking down 2 minutes and 20 seconds. If you're watching along with us, 100 laps ahead of us, Seth. And, well, I believe stages are 30, 30, 40. And, well, it's halfway or the end of stage 2, whatever comes first. So 50 laps, I believe, is our cut-off this tonight for the Xfinity, if that rain comes.
Alrighty. Again, NASCAR Xfinity Series on USRN2 and JBM. Don't forget, sometime after our Xfinity coverage ends, so this is the part where Josh goes to sleep for about 50, 60 seconds. But coming up after tonight, after this race, after our coverage ends tonight, head over to USRN Main for more highlights of the FedEx Cup PGA Tour Championship. Second round action today from the East Lake Golf Club in Atlanta. Of course, we'll have some action for you around 3:30 tomorrow for third round coverage and full coverage of the final round on USRN on Sunday. Cannot wait for that. Of course, a big sports weekend around these parts. The college football season starts tomorrow, including one game over in the British Isles in Ireland. Iowa State and Kansas State. Big-time Big 12 matchup between ranked foes to start the season. Of course, we got the NASCAR here. IndyCar in action this weekend, too, at Milwaukee. And, yeah, a lot going on here. And, of course, our focus here is on Daytona. Hopefully that gun lightning will get out of the way and we can get some racing tonight.
Yeah, well, the lightning clock now under 30 seconds, so we will wait to see that expire. Here on the JB Motorsports Network, we have MotoGP at Hungary. They kick off with their free practice 2 at 9:10 British Summer Time on JB Motorsports 2. All of the MotoGP and stuff can be found on JB2, where the qualifying for MotoGP and the races of all the series can be found on JB Motorsports, the main channel. IndyCar Milwaukee Practice 1 will be on JB Motorsports only, as the sprint race for the MotoGP takes centre stage on JB Motorsports on Twitch. JB Motorsports 2 only has GB3 from Brands Hatch. That is DRS round Brands Hatch going into Paddock Hill Bend in Hawthorns, and if you know the Brands Hatch circuit and Paddock Hill Bend and the drop down the hill into Hawthorns on the Grand Prix loop, well, you know that race control and the GB3 organisers want to kill someone with those ideas, but it's GB3, it's safe. Hopefully that won't happen. Moto E is on with 2 races as well, both on JB2, and, well, qualifying and practice 2 for IndyCar will also be on JBM.
And sorry to interrupt, but NASCAR has given the all clear. They plan to fire up the engines at 8:02 Eastern, which is about 9 minutes from right now.
So not that long to go then, and, well, with that lightning clock expired, we can say a goodbye to that. And hopefully we won't see that again tonight, but once again, I have probably jinxed it.
Yeah, you probably have. So it looks like we're getting ready to Go racing after all tonight. Again, as Matthew Owens mentioned earlier, a pivotal and critical race tonight. You've got guys trying to figure out of course, everybody in the field wants to get that Daytona win. A win for some would mean a step closer to the regular season championship, or a chance to help get themselves in a better position for the playoffs. And then others, well, trying to maybe crash the playoff party. And of course, that would be pretty amazing. If you could get someone like a Ryan Sieg and this, that, and the others, or get a win or something like that. Then again, we don't root for drivers, we just root for storylines around here. But again, if you're just joining us, 8:02, the time, 7 minutes from now, 8:02 Eastern, that will be the command to fire the engines and to get this 250-mile race, the scheduled distance, 250 miles, 100 laps around the World Center of Racing. Ryan Truex winning this race 1 year ago. And, yes, should be interesting. Of course, you know, Austin Hill's going to be one to watch. We've talked about him already. Jesse Love. Of course, we've kept up with the Connor Zilich story. The plan, the expected plan there is for him to start the race so he can get the points, but perhaps lay out of the back and then be subbed by a relief driver at the first caution. And rumor has it all weekend long that the relief driver is going to be Parker Kligerman, which would be a popular move, I think it's safe to say. Of course, Kligerman crossed the finish line first in a truck race at Daytona back at the start of the year, but then failed inspection. So that's what the plan is on that end. Hoping Matthew Owens will be back very, very, very soon. I don't know if I have the wherewithal to at least anchor early on here. Hopefully I don't have to anchor too much. If it's a little bit, that'll be perfectly fine. As again, hard to believe that August is almost over. We're about getting down to the last 4 months of the calendar year. Josh, you're going to learn this as you get older. These years are going to go by faster and faster and faster and faster.
I already have it because, well, it's the whole thing about January feels like the longest thing ever. And then you just get July, August, September, and then the next thing you know, it's the word beginning with CH, and, well, it's gone past July, it's end of August, and I'm going to say it, that a certain person is defrosting, and it's coming up very soon.
Mm-hmm.
Just walk round the corner of a road and turn a corner, and all you hear is
Lord. Oh my Lord.
So I've just had a look at the radar. It does seem to be clearing and dissipating as it gets closer to the circuit, which is good. And, well, we are now under 4 minutes away to the command to fire engines here at Daytona.
Yes, and it's and there was much rejoicing at that news. Just about ready to this show on the road. Just waiting, waiting, waiting. Again, it's away from the start of this race. I know I got to keep it going dead air, but I'm struggling to find words. Again, when they, let's go ahead and get you caught up again real quick at what's going to happen when this race does get underway. In Xfinity Series. Again, 100 laps, 250 miles, 30, 60. First stage will be 30 laps. Second stage, 30 laps. Final stage, 40 laps. Pit road speed, 55 miles an hour. The fuel window, 45 laps. So there you go. There, of course, they did start qualifying for the Xfinity Series, but only 15 cars were able to make a lap before lightning came in. And then, of course, canceled qualifying. And it's going to be Zilich who is on the pole position. I know we don't want to do the full starting lineup yet because we have that awesome music we use for it. But again, Connor Zilich, the first 10 starters when we get going are going to be Connor Zilich, Sam Mayer, Sammy Smith, Austin Hill, Justin Allgaier, Carson Kvapil, Brandon Jones, Harrison Burton, Christian Eckes, and Jesse Love. Other notables starting throughout the pack tonight you might want to keep your eye on. Rajah Caruth from Truck Series fame will start 15th, and he shares the 8th row with Jeremy Clements, who, of course, is a former winner here. Josh Williams back this weekend. He's running in the 45 car. He'll start 20th. He shares the 10th row with Parker Retzloff. Remember, he was in the running to win the Cup race here 1 year ago. Justin Haley, he's in that Colleague All-Star car. Let's see. Eric Almirola will start 29th. Sheldon Creed will start 27th. Matt DeBenedetto will start 33rd. So you've got some interesting names in the back of the pack. Should be getting close to the command. Hopefully Matthew knows what the deal is here. And another reason I need him is because he's responsible for the pictures. And I don't see pictures right now. So might have to do it off my TV to start this race. Now, wouldn't that be something? But yep, looks like we're getting close to the command, and I've got 8:02, which means the command. So I'm going to do this off my television set here. So, and it looks like they're getting ready to have the command right now. Command right now. Oh, the Wawa mascot's there on it. Director of Store Operations Karen Myers and Area Manager Stephanie Andrews. A couple of lovely ladies there with the Wawa mascot, Wally Goose. Yeah, so say the command already. And there you have it. The two lovely ladies and Wally Goose have the engines fired, and we are officially go. The engines have officially been fired, and we are ready to go here at Daytona for the Wawa 250 for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. So, again, 100 laps tonight, and we'll probably have to do a starting grid here on the fly because just got the command to fire the engines here for the NASCAR Xfinity Series here at the Daytona International Speedway. All right, so again, as we mentioned, the starting grid earlier, we mentioned that it would be Connor Zilich. He's on the pole for the race, but again, the expectation, but he's not going to finish the race, that's for sure. He's going to start the race to get his points, and then at the first caution, be replaced by Parker Kligerman. The starting lineup, and if Matthew comes in midterm, we can just start again with the music in the background. So it's Zilich, it's Sam Mayer on the front row for this race tonight. Row 2, Sammy Smith in the Dale Jr. in the JRM car, along with Austin Hill, the series' super speedway ace. Veteran Justin Allgaier and rookie Carson Kvapil make up the third row. Row 4 is Brandon Jones and Harrison Burton, the winner of the Cup race here last July. Row 5 is rookie Christian Eckes and February's winner, Jesse Love. Rookie Dean Thompson and Brennan Poole starts in row 6. Poole second at Talladega in the spring of 2016. Jeb Burton, right in that playoff mix, is on the inside of row 7. He'll share that row with rookie Taylor Bray. Rajah Caruth makes a cameo from the NASCAR Truck Series tonight. He'll start 15th on the inside of row 8 with the 2022 winner of this race, Jeremy Clements. It's all rookies in the 9th row, Kaulig Racing's Daniel Dye and Big Machine Racing's Nick Sanchez, the winner at Atlanta in July. Row 10, Parker Retzloff, the near upset winner in the Cup race last July, and Josh Williams back in the Xfinity Series after being out for a few weeks. His old ride is the number 11 car. Justin Haley operates that tonight. He has a lot of success in his past here at Daytona. Ryan Sieg always works the draft well. Watch for him to come from 22nd. In row 12, it's Blaine Perkins and rookie William Sawalich. Row 13 is Iowa driver Joey Gase and Mason Maggio in the Denisi Energy Pouches Chevrolet. Sheldon Creed looking for that breakthrough win. He'll start in 27th tonight along with the 28th starter Josh Bilicki. Eric Almirola, former Cup and Xfinity winner here, will start inside of row 15 along with Kyle Sieg. The 16th row is Ryan Ellis and Anthony Alfredo. Matt DiBenedetto and Patrick Emmerling make up the 17th row. Row 18 is Leland Honeyman and Pennsylvania driver Garrett Smithley. The final row, Floridian Cesar Baccarella, and a return to NASCAR for Natalie Decker. She'll start shotgun tonight carrying the race's sponsor. Field now just pulling off a pit road, and again, one thing that you have to look for, and again, when we say this, we know there's people out there, they don't like saying this, and we don't like saying this because we love it. It's just a fact, a way of life. When you come to Daytona, more often than not, you're on pins and needles because the big one is inevitable. When will it happen? How many cars will it take out, and what kind of big names will be affected by it? That will be the $100,000 question here tonight. Just about ready to rock and roll. And Matthew Owens, you are back. Oh, Big Mo, great to have you back. I was running out of filler stuff.
So, we get ready to go here, and we'll, like I said earlier, we'll just take the weather minute by minute. We'll take the race lap by lap. That's all we can do. But cars are rolling for parade and pace laps for a 100-lap, 250-mile race here tonight. The Wawa 250. As the engines have been cranked, storylines all over the place here for this enormous race, as where it falls in the season. It's just enormous. We talked about the championship implications, playoff and regular season. We know what these super speedway races bring us so far this season. in the Xfinity Series, super speedway races, we have had 4 of them, if you include Atlanta, and for these purposes we do, because it is now a drafting track. Jesse Love, the winner at Daytona. Austin Hill, the winner at Atlanta. Then he won again at Talladega, and then in the second Atlanta race, that was won by Nick Sanchez. We know the Richard Childress racing cars have made these super speedways in this series, Seth, over the past number of years their own personal playground. Austin Hill has won tons at Daytona, Talladega, and Atlanta. And as we mentioned, Jesse Love, a Daytona winner earlier this year and Talladega last year.
Yep, he'll be one to watch, and we're getting that. We're getting the Zilich. Getting the Zilich confirmation. Zilich will drop the tail before the start of this race. So there you go on that end. Wow, what a. This is going to be an interesting situation, that is for sure. So, all right, it's showtime. You ready to go?
Yeah, let's see what we get tonight. Because again, there's just so many things that are always up in the air at Daytona, and including the weather, which always plays such a big role anytime we come here. So. Excited for it. Hopefully we'll get a night that lives up to the hype and the expectation. Talked about RCR's successes on these kinds of tracks. Austin Hill has won 3 times in the Xfinity Series at Daytona. They have all come in February, winning the last 3 out of the last 4 February Daytona races in this series. But earlier this year, he led 56 laps. He won the first 2 stages. Mechanical problem put him in the garage prematurely. Finished 33rd. Talked about him winning at Atlanta and Talladega. Talladega race was a wild race, and we talk about the health of young Connor Zilich. And, of course, he's already missed a race this year. That was because of a back injury that he suffered on the last lap of that race at Talladega earlier this season. So we are here with you on USRN2 and on JB Motorsports. Glad to have you with us here. Wherever you are, whether it's late night, early morning, we are glad to have you with us as Zilich has pulled his car off now below the double yellow line on the main straightaway here on this parade lap to allow the field to take order in front of him. Of course, in a perfect world for Zilich and JRN, there would be a caution even before the Stage 1 yellow, which will wave at lap 30, and he wouldn't have to make very many laps at all. You know the racetrack very well, 2.5-mile super speedway, 18 degrees of banking in the tri-oval, 31 degrees of banking in turns 1 and 2, and then as well as 3 and 4. You've got that long back straightaway, nearly 3,000 feet long. That makes up this Daytona International Speedway. And Seth, we are excited for the weekend. Again, I know I sound like a broken record. We hope, we pray that weather cooperates with us, because this is always one of the most exciting weekends of the NASCAR year.
Indeed it is. At least 100 laps, hopefully, of exciting NASCAR action tonight from the World Center of Racing. And, well, you can kind of throw all this into a blender, because who the heck knows what all is going to happen. We're just about ready to light this candle, you might would say. All right, pace car about to pull in. Is the pace car coming in? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. All right, let's go. The start of the Wawa 250. It is Walnut Cove, North Carolina's Matthew Owens.
Now Sammy Smith and Sam Mayer on the front row, and those two lead the field of the green flag, where it's time to drop the hammer at Daytona under the lights. Sammy Smith's red and white number 8 for JRM on the inside of row 1, nose to nose and stride for stride with the Haas Factory Team Ford upstairs. That's Sam Mayer as they hit the banking of turn 2.
Indeed, as they go down the back straight for the first time at speed tonight, it is Smith and Mayer side by side. Mayer is going to have the slight edge on the outside on the back straightaway. Smith, with his junior motorsports teammate Justin Allgaier behind him, has the surge on the inside. He's got the lead, but here's Sam Mayer. He's fighting back on the outside. Full speed pace lap throughout the entire top 10.
To the main straightaway for the first time at speed. Mayer and Smith, door handle to door handle, inches apart across the line. Smith has a nose in front to lead lap number 1. Mayer up top gets the boost at the back bumper from Austin Hill. Hill starting up front tonight, going to be a factor all night long, we know. 2 by 2 as we're back into the corner. Justin Allgaier, the one pushing Sammy Smith, his teammate.
Side by side down the back straightaway. Again, it is Smith and Mayer. Let's remind you that, again, that for the first and hopefully only time tonight, as Mayer gets pushed to the lead, that there's no locking bumpers in this series. If you do, you and your partner will be penalized. Sam Mayer has the lead, but here's Sammy Smith fighting back.
Yeah, here's a rule that has been a part of this series for more than a decade now. You cannot lock bumpers in the draft. You can bump draft. You just cannot lock bumpers. And if you do, as Seth mentioned, both drivers can be penalized by NASCAR. NASCAR will officiate it, each situation differently, depending on the circumstances of it. But there is a possibility that if you lock bumpers, both drivers, the pusher and the pushee, will be penalized.
Working lap 3 down the super stretch. It is still Sam Mayer and Sammy Smith side by side. Mayer has the race lead heading into turn number 3. But here's Smith fighting back on the inside, side by side. Full speed pace lap once again here at Daytona.
Yeah, still nothing to tell Sammy Smith and Sam Mayer apart on the front row of the traffic. Here they are into the tri-oval across the line. A dead heat there. Smith beat Mayer to the line by 1/1000th of a second. It is all 2 by 2 through the first half of the field. No one stepping out of line to go 3 wide yet. Smith, Allgaier, and Brandon Jones, the first 3 on the inside. Mayer and Hill, the first 2 on the outside.
Side by side down the back straightaway yet again. Thoughts of 3 wide a little further back, but everybody stays in lockstep. Now Mayer has a slim edge as they head to that number 3 corner. Sammy Smith on the inside. And now Smith's going to have the lead by about a wheel. Side by side, you can't tell them apart coming out of 4.
Smith, who has a win this season, an inherited win at Rockingham after the winning car of Jesse Love was penalized in post-race inspection. So Smith is playoff eligible. So is Mayer through a recent win at Iowa. Any extra playoff points would be huge for both going to the postseason. And right now, they toggle the lead back and forth between each other as they're in turn 2 again.
Smith with the lead coming out of turn 2 down the back straightaway, but now Mayer with the surge. I usually don't like these angles, but this is a pretty good angle as Nick Sanchez looks to create a 3rd lane and has some momentum on the inside. Whoa, now you got Justin Haley trying to make a run. He got a little loose there. His Dean Thompson went to try and block it, but he couldn't. So now lane's starting to move 3 by 3 from about 7th place.
Yeah, Nick Sanchez is on the inside of the first 3 wide action. Sanchez got his win this season at a drafting track, the much smaller 1.5-mile speedway at Atlanta. He's on the inside. To his right elbow is Jesse Love, the Daytona winner from earlier this year. And above Love is Jeb Burton, drafting with cousin Harrison. It is a family feud, of course, as those 2 are going for the last playoff spot.
Where's Steve Harvey when you need him? Good answer! Smith and Mayer side by side down the back straightaway. Smith inside, Mayer on the outside. 3 wide a little further back. Jesse Love thought about cutting off that inside line. Couldn't do it. Side by side with a little bit of 3 wide mix in. No single file racing throughout the first 20 or so cars here at the World Center of Racing.
And it's not surprising to see Jeb Burton in that Golden Corral Chevrolet be one of the first to make it 3 wide. This is a very aggressive race car driver. He knows that opportunities to win for he and his team are few and far between, but on these super speedways, he's one of the best. At the front now, Sammy Smith breaks away from the 2 by 2 action. He's clear to the lead in turn 2.
Clear to the lead in turn number 2, and it's Sammy Smith the lead. He'll try to bring his teammate Justin Allgaier with him as well as Brandon Jones. But now finally clear to the lead, the 8 of Sammy Smith. Boy, we've seen that 8 car do some work in the Grand National Series here in the past. For all you Connor Zilich fans of the 88 team, he's still lying all by himself in 37th. Smith, the leader, off 4.
Yeah, Zilich has safely gotten to a position on the racetrack. He is drafting right behind Mason Maggio, so he is catching the draft of a car in front of him and a car about 5 car lengths behind him, so he won't lose the draft and won't be in danger of losing a lap in this first stage. So Zilich carries along at the back of the field. Let's pick up the leaders. Swinging up out of turn number 2, they hit the super stretch.
Indeed they do. Smith, the leader. Allgaier now looking to try and grab the second position from Sam Mayer. They continue to go side by side, full speed pace lap behind the race leader, Sammy Smith. He hugs the bottom going into turn number 3. Smith continues to show the way through turns 3 and 4 as the field thunders off and completes yet another lap.
Matt DiBenedetto has broken into the top 10. Good super speedway racer in his own right. The Viking Motorsports entry, car number 99. He's pulled Leland Honeyman up there with him in car 70. Dean Thompson and Anthony Alfredo are in the top 15. In fact, Alfredo's gotten there from the tail end of the starting grid.
Indeed, he has gotten there from the tail end of the starting grid. Sammy Smith, though, shows the way. On the outside, though, Sam Mayer looking to make some moves as they continue to root and gouge back there in the middle of the pack. Mayer and Smith side by side going into turn number 3. Getting very, very tight, but at the front, Mayer and Smith side by side. Smith has the edge by a wheel. Mayer, though, surges back on the outside.
If you are an avid watcher of the NASCAR Cup Series, but not so much the Xfinity Series, super speedway racing in the 2 series are really completely different. The Xfinity Series car is very similar to the last generation of Cup car, and there's a lot of moving around that these cars do on the super speedways, and they're not as tightly lined up with each other as we'll see tomorrow night in the Cup race, and that will come into factor here tonight. Leaders to the back straight away where there's trouble.
Harrison Burton gets turned. He spins, slides that number 25 car. It's still sliding long down the back straightaway. It will not hit anything. That backstretch wall is so long that you can slide a while and still not hit the wall. We remain green with Sam Mayer in the lead, but Harrison Burton went for a ride on the back straightaway.
Stunning that there has not been a caution, and that is a back-breaking event for Harrison Burton for there not to be a caution. He has at least 2 flat tires. It wouldn't shock you if there were 4 flat tires after that long slide on the pavement. Harrison Burton on the playoff bubble. In massive trouble here, Seth, because this isn't only going to take him off the lead lap, it's probably going to cost him 2, maybe 3 laps in the end.
Yeah, it probably will. Here's Austin Hill on the outside, looking for the lead on Sam Mayer on the approach to turn 3. Burton is limping on the apron of the racetrack. The field will go by a helpless Harrison as Sam Mayer and Austin Hill duke it out for the top spot.
So that's already 1 lap that he's lost. By the time he gets to pit road, they're going to have trouble getting the jack underneath the car and getting it up on the jack stands because of the flat tires. That'll be a 2nd lap. Then he'll be out of the draft, and perhaps that'll be a 3rd lap. He has left remnants of that car on the apron, but it is not in the racing groove. It is below the double yellow line where theoretically no car should be because that's out of bounds. So NASCAR not throwing the caution. The leaders hit the backstretch again.
Mayer continues to show the way with Sammy Smith now darting to the inside. He'll pick up the draft of his teammate Justin Allgaier. Mayer, though, keeps the lead on the outside line, and now the caution finally does come out.
And that is a break for Harrison Burton. He will lose a 2nd lap in this exchange because he's just now made it to pit road. Leaders are coming off of turn 4 at a reduced pace, but Burton will lose a 2nd lap, but at least it won't be more than that. He'll have the stage caution to at least get one of those laps back with either the free pass or the wave around. Meanwhile, in the 88 pit box at JRM, Parker Kligerman quickly into action, springs up to his feet, puts the helmet on. This caution, coming at the completion of the 12th lap, will give Harrison Burton's team a chance to work on his car, and will give Connor Zilich a chance when pit road opens to bring that car to pit road and make the driver change.
Well, I have some not so good news. Do not give NASCAR too much credit, if you will. That caution wasn't for debris. It's for the R word.
So, rain brings out the caution rather than the remnants of the Harrison Burton car sprayed across the track. Hopefully this will just be a light drizzle that will quickly go away, much like we had multiple times at Indianapolis. Meanwhile, the Harrison Burton spin, Seth, looked like when Matt DiBenedetto tried to change lanes, and he was not clear.
Yeah, he wasn't. He came down in front of, who's that, Eckes? Burton went along for the ride.
So Burton with a spin for the Cup Series winner here last August. That race 363 days ago when he got that stunning Cup Series victory. And just driving in a straight line, and he got turned as, Well, and in the live playoff standings, this has already been felt. Harrison Burton started the day plus 30. He is currently plus 8 to his cousin Jeb. Ryan Sieg currently minus 22. So the good news is that he did come in with that 30-point cushion. 30 points is about half it's right at half a race's worth of points. As now Connor Zilich cuts that WeatherTech Chevrolet Camaro towards pit road, and we'll go to pit road with him as the driver change is about to happen. We don't see this often anymore in NASCAR with the rules the way they are, but this has been something we've seen plenty of times in the past, a driver change because of injury or sickness. Let's follow as Parker Kligerman gets into this car.
Action, here's Dylan Welch.
Yeah, and as Jamie said, there was some practice being done by the team earlier this week at the shop. They wanted to actually try and do a little bit of a refresher on this driver change procedure earlier this afternoon, but you see Connor getting out of the race car and Parker is standing by to climb aboard. They had this process down to about 90 seconds in their practice runs earlier this week. Feel like 2 minutes is the maximum time they're going to get before they go a lap down. So that's kind of their target here that we'll watch as they make this driver change. The seat is basically the same. There's not really even a different insert for Parker as he climbs aboard. A couple pads in the headrest that you saw the team pull out there. And something interesting to note too, both these drivers, Parker and Connor, have lots of experience doing driver changes. They both have both raced sports cars, including here at Daytona in the Rolex 24 Hours. So they were actually helping the team earlier this week, teaching them some of the nuances of making this driver change as efficient as it can be. So Connor is out of the car, as you see on the right of the screen. Parker has climbed aboard. They'll get him buckled in here. And again, the 2-minute time window is kind of their target here. So nothing major to replace inside the car for Parker to get him comfortable. Car has been fitted for him, and he should be ready to go here once all the belts are tight, the steering wheel is on, and he'll be able to take this 88 car to the finish.
Yeah, it's great info, Dylan. And I would just tell you guys, I've done a lot of these driver changes by running, from running the 24 hours at Daytona. It never goes as well when it's the race time. All that practice you have in the shop, everybody is just so calm. Once you start sweating, you're dealing with the heat of the car and of the drivers and everything. It's so much different. But as Dylan mentioned, they both have a little bit of a history of doing this. And as Parker gets ready to leave his stall right here, those seatbelts don't have to be perfect, right? He knows he's going to have a little time. He can come back to pit road one more time, stop, get his belt adjusted. If something's not right, come back in and fix it. The biggest thing here is that they didn't lose a lap, and they've got the switch already done. So great job by that whole team.
Yeah, really professional job done by the JRM team and the two drivers. And again, because a caution lap here, as you heard Dylan Welch say, caution lap here takes right around 2 minutes. So they had time. This didn't happen at a Bristol or a Martinsville or even a Dover or Phoenix. So they had time to do this without losing a lap. Also, I've got good news for Harrison Burton here. No other car had fallen off the lead lap. Remember, he had already fallen off the lead lap once before the caution came out. And because the caution is officially for rain and Harrison wasn't the cause of the caution, he gets a free pass here under this yellow. So it's a big break there for Harrison Burton that no other car had fallen off the lead lap. So he'll get one of the 2 laps that he had lost back here with this free pass. And then we get another caution for the end of the stage at lap 30. That's currently only 16 laps away. And if no other car falls off the lead lap in those 16 laps, he'll be able to get the second lap back. So not all is lost for Harrison Burton. I wish I was kidding you when I said Parker Retzlaff has gotten more bad luck. Onto pit road, that car is, and the hood is up, Seth, on car number 4. Parker Retzlaff is a hell of a young driver. We talk about the race that Harrison Burton won here last year in the Cup Series. He only won that race because he was pushed past Kyle Busch in the last lap by Parker Retzlaff. He's got a heck of a career ahead of him if someone will give him a chance and if he can find any kind of good luck, but he's had no good luck this year.
He has not even failed to qualify for the Dakota race.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been rough. Update on Harrison Burton. His team told him that the crush panels are knocked out, to which Harrison said, quote, "Yeah, they're in the back of my effing neck." He says the crush panels flew into the car and cut him up. The team is offering to give him a wet towel to try to ease the issue. He says he won't be able to reach where he has been cut up, says it's far down on his neck and back where he can't reach. So,
gosh.
Suboptimal.
Wow. Well, that right there is multiple issues. One, he's going to be wildly uncomfortable. I've never heard of that happening. Maybe it has in the past, but I've never heard of it. The second part of that is we all know that the crush panels are wildly important to keep exhaust fumes from getting in the car. So, two major issues that.
And I don't know if you said this earlier, but here is I want to mention something when it comes to Zilich. We've mentioned before he'll get the points for wherever Kligerman finishes in the stages and the race, but if Kligerman were to win a stage or the race, Zilich would not get the playoff points.
Now that's right. That is correct, and that is, again, we have not experienced a lot of driver changes the last 10 years or so in NASCAR, and really the reason why we haven't is because of the waiver system. Let's hear from Connor now with Dylan Welch.
And has turned it over now to Parker Kligerman. So with the belts tight and everything feel okay for you inside the cockpit?
Yeah, it all felt good. As I expected. I just, like I said before, it's just not worth the risk to put myself in danger of having a big wreck and re-injuring something that's so freshly injured. So, yeah, I mean, I'm glad that I was able to hand it to Parker. There's not many guys I'd rather have than him. So, yeah, I'm excited to watch him. Obviously sucks getting out of a car that's as fast as Xfinity Mobile, and I know is capable of winning the race, but I got confidence in Parker that he'll do a good job.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. You've seen somebody else drive your car from the start of the race to the finish earlier today. Was it tough to get out of it and watch it drive away, not being behind the wheel of it?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about it. Like earlier this week, I was like, man, this is going to be, I know that I'm not good enough, and today came, and every day I've started feeling better, and I was like, man, I wish I could just stay in. Nobody pulled me out, but, it's part of it. It shouldn't be part of it, but because I fell off my race car, it is part of it. So, yeah, I'm glad that I have a team that sticks behind me through it all, and fortunate to have a car that's really fast. And I know Parker will have fun driving the WeatherTech car, and hope he does well, and I'll be cheering him on.
This kid's always in good spirits, and he'll do the team proud, cheering his own race car on the rest of the night tonight.
So that is the 45th driver change, middle of the race in Xfinity Series history. Thank you, JT. Stat man behind the scenes, don't you know? So to Seth's point that he was making earlier, Zilich will get the points wherever Kligerman finishes, but if Kligerman wins a stage or the race, playoff points will not go to him. And again, because of the waiver system that we really first came to know in the 2015 Cup season with Kyle Busch's injury, ironically enough at this very track, the medical waiver that's given quite a bit these days, let's be honest, is why we haven't seen driver changes like this recently, but we have seen it plenty of times, as we just told you, 44 times prior to tonight in this series alone. Parker Kligerman is now on pit road in that 88 car. They are servicing the WeatherTech Chevrolet. Jesse Love and Nick Sanchez also coming down to pit road this lap. Harrison Burton's on pit lane as well as they try to continue to make repairs. Again, not a ton of damage to that 25 car from the spin. But crush panels coming out of the car is is very dramatic, and it's going to make for a very long night for Harrison, I'm afraid. Now, again, we do have some spots of rain that is very light. All the spotters around the track, that includes team spotters and NASCAR spotters, are saying that the track condition is not changing, which is good, with the cars going around the track, keeping heat in the surface. And it's not heavy rain right now, but it is a small amount. And as we know, Seth, from the race we did here in August 3 years ago, just a little bit of rain at these speeds in a big pack like this can create pandemonium, as it did in that Cup race here in 2022.
Oh, you betcha.
So that's why they have quickly thrown the yellow, and they will not put this race back under green until they feel confident that the rain has stopped and that the safety of the competitors are at risk. With that being said, this is going to burn up a good amount of laps, and this is a relatively short race, just 100 laps, 250 miles, so we are burning up quite a bit of laps. Leaders just came across the line to complete lap 17. We're down just to 13 to go in the stage. Now, we talked about how these Xfinity Series cars run so much differently than the Cup cars do everywhere, but especially on super speedways. Tomorrow night, you'll tune in to us on USRN or to JB and the crowd on JBM for the Cup race, and you'll hear us all talking a ton about fuel saving and the strategy of the fuel saving. You will not hear that tonight in this Xfinity Series race, and the simple reason for that is because of the stage lengths. These drivers can make it to the end of the first two stages, 30 laps each, without pitting for fuel, and most people believe they'll be able to go the last 40 as well without pitting for fuel. So no fuel strategy tonight, and I'm sure many of NASCAR fans will rejoice in that, because the new thing to be pissed off about, apparently, is drivers saving fuel. Who could have believed it, that a race could be decided by how far you can make it on a tank of fuel? That has never happened in the history of time until this stupid next-gen car. Lord have mercy. It doesn't take a lot to make me frustrated when it comes to... It's been a hell of a week on NASCAR Twitter, by the way.
Isn't every week a week on NASCAR Twitter?
Yeah, it sure is. In case you missed it, apparently the 2004 Daytona 500 was a banger.
Oh, yeah.
I am told.
Gee, I wonder why people think that.
Yeah. The top 10 in that race separated at the finish by 12 seconds.
Yeah.
But no, it was a great race. It was great, guys. It was fantastic. Okay.
Oh, let me see here. Let's see what other kind of tangent I can get you on. Aggressive driving by Michael Waltrip for the 2002 Firecracker 400. Which that ticked me off too, so I shouldn't have done that. So let me find something else.
Well, thankfully we just got one to go.
You know what? That's truly great.
But by the way, while we're talking about things that, will tick everybody off, well, there's one, the radar, that they just shown us. But good God.
Of course we're not. It was too good to be true.
Well, they used to race at the beach here on Daytona Beach. They decided to make a racetrack. They didn't move it inland very much, now did they?
No, they
Anyhow, so we have more time to spend here, so I'll say again, speaking of things that would just throw total disarray into NASCAR Nation, there has been this movement this week, and I really don't have any explanation why other than Denny Hamlin said something about it. Of course he did. When does Denny Hamlin ever shut up? But there has been this movement this week of just trying to manifest a Cody Ware win in the Cup race tomorrow. Well, interestingly enough,
it's to embarrass the playoff system. That's exactly what it is.
I know why they're doing it. I think they're idiots, but anyway, there's been a movement to try to, make Harrison Burton, make Cody Ware win this week to, just totally throw everything into a blender. Well, guess what? Cody's brother Carson has posted on Twitter over the past couple of hours that he and Cody must have gone out to a Chinese restaurant today, Seth. And Cody, this is from Carson's Twitter.
Oh, dear God.
Cody just got a fortune cookie, and I kid you not, it said, "Victory is just around the corner."
Oh, God. You are lying to me.
And Carson, for proof of this, Carson has just posted a picture of Cody holding up the fortune in front of him, and it's from P.F. Chang's. That's where they went for lunch. They went to the P.F. Chang's, and Carson has posted a picture.
They go to a real Chinese restaurant.
No, they did not. That's right.
Perhaps there might be some hope to, if you don't want him to win, perhaps there's some hope there.
Yes, indeed. I would just like to say, if you are going into the weekend and you are just wanting to get any kind of, spiritual backing to get Cody Ware to win this race, only because it would just, in your mind, prove the idiosyncrasies of the playoff system, I really am starting to question your fandom of the sport. I mean, I'm sure other sports go through this, just not on the level that NASCAR does, but there is a huge segment of NASCAR quote-unquote fans that really root for the demise of this sport, and I don't quite understand it.
Because they don't think it would be a demise. They think it'd be back to the good old days would be the way to go.
Anyhow,
okay.
We are... Well,
no, we're not.
That light's back on. Holy smokes.
Why did you even do that?
Yeah, what? Surely they could have moved this racetrack a little bit more inland to where we weren't getting the systems of the Atlantic Ocean.
As I texted you earlier this afternoon, there's not a track in the sport I have more of a love-hate relationship with than this one. I love its competition. I love its history. I love a lot of things about it. I hate where in the hell it's located. And people are going to say, well, it's the summertime. Well, we have this crap in February, too. I remember, I'm on JBM. I need to watch my language.
You'd think I would, too, but I'm kind of done with that. If there was anything to support global warming, it's the amount of rain delays we've had at this racetrack over the years.
I don't think I've heard you say a cuss word tonight, though, so I think we're good. So
the night is young. Ah, fuck.
Oh, no. Please. Oh, my God. All right, get the Bill Weber Library out.
As the old saying goes, everyone complains about the weather, but no one can do anything about it. But, this would be why we complain. This is extremely frustrating. So now, apparently, we're going red.
This would be a good time for Matthew to start his rant about meteorologists.
What a useless bunch of individuals they are.
There we go.
Is there any other job on the planet where you could be wrong half the time or more but keep your job than the job of meteorologist. And then they are so self-righteous. They have
sensitive.
They have this inflated belief of self-importance that is quite unbelievable. They are helping save lives. Really? Really? Are you driving the fire trucks and the ambulances? Are you performing the surgeries in the emergency room? Really? You're helping save lives, huh? By getting the weather wrong 4 times out of the week? Give me a break. Get over yourselves.
They're very sensitive too. Do not tell me don't let your bracket get busted during March, and they tell you, just remember that when you're complaining about a March Madness bracket, that's how we feel about when you criticize us for getting the forecast wrong. It's like a busted bracket, not so fun now, is it? Shut up.
Yeah, what a moronic segment of people. And we apologize to no one because at last check we were not on JBM Meteorologist channel.
Don't give them any ideas.
That's true.
That's Laney Pope calling you right now, though.
Yeah, who's calling the landline at 8:45?
That's Laney Pope. You in trouble now.
If that was Laney, I would have been able to hear her through the ring.
That's Jim Cantore. He's coming to whoop your ass.
Well, now, he could do that. I mean, have you seen Jim Cantore?
Yeah. I just said I wasn't saying language, and I just said ass on JBM. So, apologies for that.
Alpha Prime Racing with a entertaining tweet says, red flag for rain in turns 3 and 4. PR guy is in turn 1, and it's dry as a desert over here.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
I got to experience that in the flesh when I visited Daytona back in 2009. I sat in the stands because they were doing Richard Petty driving experience, and they let us sit in the stands and to watch, we didn't get in the car, but you could watch cars run around. You sit in the stands just to say you sat in the stands. But anyway, and it was kind of just you get out of turn 4 right before you make that little curve to get to the start finish start finish line. Sat there kind of off of turn 4, and it was sunny and your typical hot and a little bit humid Florida day. And then over there, you looked over to your right over there, turn 1 and 2, like the world's about to end.
Well, earlier we were in a lightning delay, and that is more straightforward than anything because when lightning strikes within 8 miles of the speedway, we go into a 30-minute hold, and that 30 minutes resets every time there is another lightning strike within the 8 miles. This is not as straightforward because, again, it is raining in one portion of the track. It is not in the other portions of the track, and we don't know at the current moment if we're going to lose that section of the racetrack. I'm assuming we could have kept running caution laps here, but the reason NASCAR has decided to go red here is because we had really started to chew up a lot of laps, and we were getting down to the end of the stage, and once you start chewing up that many laps, that drivers and teams aren't a huge fan of that. It's unbelievable, by the way. The CW has a camera inside the Harrison Burton car that picked up the moment that a piece of that crush panel flew into the car, and it did. It hit Harrison in the neck. I have never in my life heard or seen that happening. That's incredible.
That's incredible.
Yeah, if we go much longer here on this delay, I'm sure that'll be something that gets pulled up. I'm trying my best to not get to that portion of the broadcast, because it is when we get to that portion of rain delays where we lose all sense of what we're doing. But at some point...
Correct.
At some point, we have no other choice.
Well, can I just say, and hopefully it won't come to this, but if you feel like you need to get to that point, because I don't think Josh has seen this one yet, 1999 Touchstone Energy 300 at Talladega.
Oh, yes. Oh, Lord. As I frantically open up my MLB app to see if the Braves are actually doing something I want them to do, and of course they're not.
You were foolish to think that from this year's Braves team. They stink.
What a useless franchise they are.
Playing the Mets. Gotcha. Well, Chelsea did beat West Ham 5-1 today. Graham Potter will be the first manager sacked from the Premier League.
That helps me none. Thank you.
How does that help? What are you talking about? I know you don't like Chelsea. I was just trying to steer the subject in a different direction. Well, the Reds in Arizona play in about an hour.
That game will probably be over before the time this race is over.
Boy, we don't need none of this negative thinking.
It's true. We don't.
This negative thinking. I'm acting like Bill Walton. We don't need none of this. It's positive energy is what needs to be guided through. Rain is a blessing. It helps feed the asphalt. It helps grass grow. I love my grass.
Yeah, he loved his grass all right. By the way, Reds and Diamondbacks, just speaking of that game, by the way, that is one of the free games of the day on MLB TV that you can watch. But I can't, because, I'm in North Carolina.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And I'm blacked out from watching an Ohio-based team play a game in Arizona. Hey, Major League Baseball, you ever wonder why you keep slipping in popularity and ratings? That could be the answer.
Connor Zilich has taken to Twitter and said, certainly not the view I wanted tonight, but it's the view I've got. Get him Parker Kligerman. He's changed into his T-shirt, and he's atop the 88 pit box, and he took a selfie.
By the way, just piggybacking off of what I just said, I know I have heard from people in Iowa, Seth, that are blacked out to like 8 different baseball teams. They live in Iowa. They can't watch the Cubs. They can't watch the White Sox. They can't watch the Royals. They can't watch the Cardinals. I believe one of them that they can't watch is Minnesota. I think Houston. Like, what are we doing?
Well, I guess you're just stuck being a Hawkeye and Indiana Fever fan in Iowa.
Now, here's Vic. This is Vic Joseph, the WWE Next announcer.
Oh, boy.
There is something going on with NASCAR, Daytona, and the WWE this weekend, because there's a lot of WWE representation here at the track. Someone that I've never heard of is giving the command tomorrow. Apparently he is a...
but to hell with that right now. Let's talk about who's driving the pace car tomorrow night, baby.
Yeah.
That's our neck of the woods. That's college sports. Flage, baby. Thank God it ain't Angel Reese, or she'd have drove it into the wall.
Okay.
Thank God it
wasn't
a brick
rebound
wall.
From that.
Oh, man. Wow.
By the way,
Angel Reese Masonry gonna sponsor the race, y'all.
Seth has engulfed himself in the world of golf.
Yes, that is a sentence.
This weekend is the Tour Championship which is, of course, the final event of the FedEx Cup playoffs. And today, Scotty Scheffler, who has been the best golfer on the planet for the last, 30 months.
Yeah.
Scotty, in no way, had a bad round today. He shot a 1 under 69.
Kept his streak of rounds in the 60s alive. Was it 19 now?
Yeah, 19. He is at 8 under, heading to the third round tomorrow. He's 5 back of leader Tommy Fleetwood. Now, I say all of that to ask you this question. How good is Scotty Scheffler, and how good do the people that really matter think that Scotty Scheffler is, Seth? In the betting world, he is still at 5 shots off the lead after half the tournament. He is still plus 600 to win this event. They are still thinking that he has a really good chance to win this thing.
I mean, if you want to say he has no chance and risk looking like a fool, go ahead and be my guest. But that's not a risk I'm willing to take. But like I said, this is the only time this comparison will ever be made. Tommy Fleetwood trying to be the Daniel Hemrick of golf.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, you're right.
I was going to say, hold on now, don't get too. What do you mean? Okay, where's the line?
5 players that Scheffler is going to have to overtake over the next 36 holes.
I don't know if he'll win, but he'll be in the mix. I guarantee he'll be within 3 shots heading into Sunday, and he'll be when he makes the turn on Sunday, he'll be within 1. I have all the faith in the world in him. But yeah, Fleetwood and Young shot at 8 under today. Of course, we'll have more of that on our highlights program on USRN after this race is over. And again,
you want to commit to that right now? This race may be over at 2 in the morning.
Well, it's a good point. Anyway, gonna go on about 3:30 tomorrow because I want to watch it too. I know a lot of people will be wanting to pay attention to. Josh said he would like some sleep. I thought sleep was a foreign word in his land, but anyway, and because everybody, including myself, will watch the Iowa State Kansas State game, and 3:30, 3:45 thereabouts. 3:30 if it's a blowout by with hope it's not a blowout. That will probably go on sometime in the afternoon and give you some action, not a lot. And then of course we're going all in on Sunday. We'll probably start about 10 minutes or so before, or 15 minutes before the penultimate grouping tees off. So, a lot going on there. Been looking, so my 3rd golf tournament of the year, man. I've enjoyed it. I did it was the Travelers in Detroit. That Aldrich Potgieter won in a umpteen-hole playoff, and then Scheffler last week winning at the BMW and that crazy shot at 17. My God. I mean, he makes everything look normal.
By the way, if you are a sports media nerd, and I know there's not a...
Matthew is a super nerd. I am a slightly above casual nerd.
I know
I'm
there's
a slightly above casual nerd.
I know there's not a ton of those out there, but there are some. You know that NBC is just looking to completely take over Sunday nights in sports. They've had Sunday night football for 20 years just about.
That makes me feel old.
They're getting Sunday night basketball with getting the NBA back on the NBC ledger. They're going to bring in Sunday night basketball starting this coming up NBA season. And then word on the street is that starting next year, they'll have Sunday night baseball on NBC. Apparently Fox is just trying to do the same thing with Friday nights. Women's college volleyball doubleheader on Fox.
I saw
tonight.
that. How about that?
Pittsburgh, Nebraska, followed by Florida and Stanford.
Oh, yeah, ACC-SEC clash there.
Yeah, Stanford, of course, as we inch closer to the college football season. Stanford, I hear, is going to have the second most travel of any college football team this year.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder, why? Why is Stanford traveling the most? Oh, that's right. That's right. They're on the West Coast. They're on the Pacific Coast. And they play in the Atlantic Coast Conference. How about that? Holy smokes.
The top two most traveled teams of the entire season playing tomorrow.
Yes, the number one is Hawaii, and of course they're always number one.
I mean, they could play the 12 closest teams closest to them and probably still be number one.
Right. Yeah, Hawaii is a mainstay at number one. They are always on pole position. They are Ryan Newman from the mid-2000s in that category.
Indeed.
And it's turning into Stanford and California will likely have lockdowns on 2 and 3.
Then you gotta figure Washington and UCLA and Oregon and USC.
Yeah, it's just, we're really doing the stupidest things over here in college sports these days. But
you know, the prize is you get a lot of blue blood versus blue blood matchups across different sports that you would have wouldn't have got normally. USC at Michigan. Of course, Michigan-Washington is becoming very familiar. They're playing for the third straight year this year, and the fourth in the last 5. They played a regular season game in 21. They didn't play in 22, cowards. Then they played for the national championship in 23. Then they played in Seattle last year. They're playing in Ann Arbor this year. Again, what have we decided? The Big Ten loves their trophies. I don't know. The Big Ten really loves their trophies. So we have decided to give that, a Ford with Apple wheels, I think is what we're going to give the winner of this game.
Yes.
Of course, would this be a good time to mention? One of the ones I recommended where half the trophy be Gretchen Whitmer's face.
Okay. Very good. Sticking in the sports
maybe
media.
Our next president. I'm just saying.
Yeah. She could be our next president.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of people that could be our next president. She could be one of them. I'm reading the journalism. I'm just, focusing. I'm keeping up with. I'm trying to get rid of my total jockness. I'm keeping up with the news. I'm listening to the rumor mills, just like you keep up with the rumor mills. The sports media.
Yeah, staying in that sports media sphere, the booth of Andrew Catalan, Jason McCourty, and Charles Davis has debuted tonight.
Yes, the Minnesota-Tennessee preseason game for Matthew's favorite city on the planet.
Yeah, maybe they actually talked about Cam Ward a little bit. No, number one pick in the draft, a quarterback. I mean, maybe they talked about it. Nobody else is.
Who knew?
Which at this rate, I'm not sure if he even played. I know he's a rookie, but does anyone that people know actually play in the third preseason game?
Not really. Josh Allen didn't even play a single preseason game.
Yeah.
He should have done what he did week 18 last year. Just take the start and get the hell out. And then everybody's mobbing him on the sideline like he had actually done that. Yeah, man, like, all he did was take one snap so he could keep his start streak alive.
Oh, dear.
You can mob him plenty of other times for the great things he does on a football field. Some would say he actually is the best quarterback in the NFL. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Did I just see what I think you just did?
What did I just do?
Did you just open a new tab and search Google to go to the browser?
Well, see, if I don't do that, if I do this stupid thing tries to go through Yahoo, and who wants to go through Yahoo?
Yahoo. I'd rather you go through Yahoo than Matt White try to sing the Yahoo song like he did at Michigan.
Yeah, that's true.
Sound like a dying calf in a hailstorm.
Why? Why do I have to do that? Holy smokes.
They don't lock you in on these things. They...
Holy sheesh. This is why some people won't give up cable. Just so everyone's aware. I don't even know what? No! Skip this. Holy smokes. I don't know what my zip code has to do with anything either.
That's because the federal government secretly has a channel. They're spying on you.
And here, live on JB Motorsports, is an American gets angry at technology.
Well,
Arca.
That's just my life. Yes, it's Arca Night in America, don't you know? Might as well watch something.
Yeah.
That cookout on that car, even though they're in Wisconsin.
That
they're
is
at
correct.
Madison Speedway.
Is Bucky Badger waving the green flag?
I don't know. I know Pete Pistone is there. I'm sure that's a short track that he loves.
Oh, God. We're throwing everyone under the bus tonight, aren't we?
I would make the argument that Madison Speedway has never put on a good race in their history. Is that Sydney Sweeney? Wow.
Is that a police siren going off in the background for Josh? It sounds like a British police horn.
Oh no, that's Menard Family and Friends.
No, I'm sorry. That is the Menard,
I want to be that guy to say that.
That's the Menard Family and Friends. Matthew's trying to put Sydney Sweeney in an ARCA race for culture, but it won't happen.
I should have known that wasn't Sydney Sweeney. She wasn't wearing good jeans.
Okay. Well, did you see? God bless the University of Tennessee. Did you see there was a thing with our mascot? Sometimes our mascot, Smokey, the costume mascot, wears checkerboard overalls. They made a thing of their Smokey posing in overalls saying, Smokey has good overalls.
Oh, dear.
I'll say this. I said this to you, Matthew, about a day after you told me this is what I would do. Sydney Sweeney has good genes. Laura Rutledge has better genes.
Okay. We're going down perhaps a very dangerous path.
Matthew.
Could I attempt to steer us back to the straight and narrow? I could. Or I could say...
that there's a new Connor Zilich tweet.
Oh, is there?
Yes.
What's it say? I think his microphone. I think Teams has gotten the better of his microphone again.
No, it has not.
Oh no. Oh, it's okay. I've just seen the selfie.
Yeah.
I've seen the selfie.
Have you seen the recent one?
Yeah.
Oh,
I reported on
it's
that
a picture.
About 10 minutes ago.
So it's a picture of Junior, and the tweet reads, Dale, why the heck is your camera backwards? I'm 19 and use the Snapchat camera instead of the normal camera app. All right.
Well, that means everybody will start using cameras backwards now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, anything that Dale does.
Again, you're a politician. You want to win over the swing states of the South. Go on Dale Jr.'s podcast.
Yeah, but don't purchase Cracker Barrel.
Okay.
Just for note, light sprinkles down the back into turn 3 still being reported.
That's great. That's great. Yeah. Thrilled, man.
Proud, most appreciated. Not.
Yeah, you know that you would think there were some things in this world that you couldn't ruin, but they've managed to do it to the Cracker Barrel, and that's That's just horrifying.
Bill Jarrett said, "Oh, that's awful. That's terrible."
Oh, yes. Okay, yes. By the way, there are comments in the chat section. There's been so much going on, and I do mean that quite literally behind the scenes, that there's been so much
any
going
Europeans,
on.
if you want to know who Laura Rutledge is, I can solve that one for you.
Robert Perkle has commented, says, sounds like you guys need to turn the channel or turn it off and fend for yourself. Weather has a mind of its own. Yes, it does. Ay, ay, ay.
I don't know who Reed Timmer is, but Reed Timmer is offended right here. Reed Timmer's offended right now. Is that still Joe or Jeff Hammond?
Okay, thank you. Okay. Here comes clip time.
Oh, no.
Oh, here we go. Yay! Woohoo!
Because I ran across something last evening.
Oh, God.
And you would think, again, I would like to just say, you would think I would not be shocked at this point to hear mostly anything in the NASCAR world. Because, you know, we make our jokes all the time about Bill Weber, Rusty Wallace, Jerry Punch, so on and so forth. But Jeff Hammond is at the, he's in the firing line of a lot of our jokes. Because I'm not sure if the dude had Tourette's, but he did on this night, apparently. And, God almighty, two people in particular, it's like when they didn't know what to say, they just filled the blanks in with right now. JT, have we ever showed you the right now video from the 2007 Brickyard 400?
I don't believe you have.
We'll put that in the on-deck circle. Here is Jeff Hammond, though, just... Now, to his credit, he picks the right champion here. He's being asked who's going to win the 2006 championship, and he does pick the right driver. But he takes an age, he runs a marathon to get to it.
Race of the season, Jeff. So
I get the last question?
No, he's going to jump on behind.
Oh, okay.
All right. Who's going to win? Who's going to win the championship?
Who's going to win the championship right now? I'm looking right now. I got to go right now with Jimmy Johnson. I thought that Tony Stewart, you're going to have to go through Tony Stewart's camp, but, man, Jimmy's showing me something.
Okay, let's recap what we just heard.
At least it.
Let's recap this, whatever we just heard.
Championship.
Who's going to win the championship right now?
This is prior to the 2006 Pepsi 400, which is the middle of the season. That race was always traditionally at the midway point of the season. 18 races down, 18 to go. Okay?
No, he's going to jump on behind.
Oh, okay.
All right. Who's going to win? Who's going to win the championship?
Who's going to win the championship right now?
No. No one's going to win the championship right now, JF. Because we're the middle portion of the season. No one's going to win the championship right now, but carry on.
I'm looking right now.
You're looking right now. We don't know who you're looking at right now because you keep saying right now, but we'd like to know right now who you're looking at right now.
I got to go right now with Jimmy Johnson.
You got to go right now. Why's everything got to be right now, Jeff?
Jeff Hammond.
Don't have any patience?
I don't want to laugh at a medical situation, but I just think it's funny you said Jeff Hammond has Tourette's.
Hold on.
Awkward silence.
Hold on. Yeah, it was awkward silence because I just clicked on to the behind the scenes chat, and JT has sent, the word is on the street that the fire in you heart is out. But Matthew, I'm sure you heard it all before, but I'm sure you never really had a doubt. What the hell are you on, JT?
I think he's on acid.
You need to be educated, Matthew.
Apparently I do.
Now hold on a minute. Now, acid. Is the drug law 18 in the UK like it is here? Is he going to get arrested for that? If we're going to arrest live on air tonight?
You are probably 20 minutes off, like 20 minutes out of that message, which is why you probably don't understand.
Oh, okay, I see. I only just got the alert of it on the phone, but anyway.
I
Would you like
sent it.
to...
I sent it at 1:59, so 14 minutes ago.
Oh, 14 minutes. Okay, very good. So it took me a marathon to see that, just like it did Jeff Hammond to give an answer on who's going to win the championship right now.
But right now, it's time to see how many times can you say right now.
This is from the 2007 Brickyard 400. This was the grand reopening.
Well,
NASCAR
guys, you'll be
ESPN.
happy to know that right now, I can tell you the Giant teams are working down in turns 3 and 4 right now.
So this is the 2007 Brickyard 400, ESPN's first race in their second spell of covering NASCAR. The booth of Jerry Punch, Andy Petrie, and Rusty Wallace. You also get cameos here from pit reporters like Jamie Little and Mike Massaro and so on. But some...
Don't you get a Brett Musburger cameo and the idiot confuses it for Brad Nessler?
Yeah. So this beacon of life, that is Balto Racing, has counted and clipped the amount of times that right now was said in the broadcast. And I feel like I'd be confident in saying a good 75% came from one Rusty Wallace. But let's
Matthew.
hear. Yeah.
Could we say that right now here is the same as JB saying as well?
Well, indeed.
Yes!
Indeed, it is. Here we
I'm
go.
glad you've noticed that, too, because Lord knows Matthew, Matt, and I have noticed it.
Anyway, here we go. Right now.
We're not in Mexico.
Right now, 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 well, right now, 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 right
The best
now,
one's coming up here in a minute.
right now, 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 right now.
Oh my god.
It could be Color Me Gone right now.
Speaking of, okay, Rusty, okay, I originally said the spotters at Talladega.
Is that like 150?
Put that in the on-deck circle, though. Last lap, Matthew, of the 2007 Fall Talladega race with Rusty.
Oh, yes. To answer your question, JT, yes, 152 times in a 160-lap race. Actually, you know, it's funny that you say that, Seth, because I was actually just about to go to this race, but for a totally different reason.
Well, that's fine.
But we will...
Robert Perkle says right now is crew chief motto.
But we will we'll jump to that last lap as well. But I want Josh to see this.
Nice.
JT, were you born in 2007?
No comment. No.
God. Oh, God. Oh, for God's sakes. Holy mother of Moses. Okay. In 2007, as I just told you, ESPN came back to covering NASCAR for the first time. For the first time in 7 years. And they, you know, they wanted to use new technology.
They came back, like, right now?
Yeah, they did.
Alright.
And for some unknown reason, known only to them, they decided to do this graphic called Draft Track. And this is a staggering graphic that makes zero sense to me. The audio of this video is all to hell. The audio is not what I'm mentioning here, unfortunately for the radio folk. I'm talking to JT who can see this. JT, would you just look at this madness?
And move back up. But watch the 20 car. He sees Jimmy Johnson down there trying to block him and get a little push. No, I'm going to go up here in front of the 12 car. Man, there's no way, because the 2 car and the 12 car, they're a dead draft lock, and they just blow his doors off. Look how fast it went past him. That's what happened when you get that draft thing going on. Taking him.
Do you know the fast white lines in Sonic? It looks like that.
So they came up with this thing.
The fast white lines. Yeah, Jeremy Mayfield knew a little bit about those too.
It for people who cannot see this, listening to us, it looks like those fast white lines that they put on cartoons to show the speed of something.
And that's when they are supposedly in something called draft lock, which I had never heard of before and have not heard since. The green lines are supposed to tell you that it's clean air, and then the yellow tells you that it's dirty, which you see right there when Tony Stewart sweeps across the nose of Ryan Newman. They go into dirty.
It's very interesting they chose a yellow colour for dirty. Let's not go there.
Okay. My lord.
All right, here we go.
Now let's skip forward to the last lap of this race from 2007 at Talladega. Very exciting moment, especially for yours truly.
And yours truly as well.
And but the commentary is quite something on this.
197 miles an hour. They take the white flag.
First off, how the hell you know they're going 197 miles an hour, Jerry? I'm going to find a video with better audio than that. I don't know. The audio's all kind of messed up on that video. But, yes, Jerry just pointing out that it's 197 miles an hour of something. He doesn't know. That's how fast he wants to get out of this booth, because God Almighty, he sounds like he'd rather be anywhere but here. Anyway, we'll carry on. Now, JT, I want to ask you, did you just witness that the white flag has come out right here, correct? The white flag comes out here.
Now that audio's low.
That audio's worse. God Almighty, does no one have good audio of this race?
You mean...
For heaven's sakes.
The start line is not in the tri-oval, it's in turn 1.
That's right. At Talladega, the start finish
You learned
line
that
is not
lesson
in
from
the
April.
trial, yes.
From our
Yes.
April Talladega shenanigans.
So, right here, Jerry tells us all, along with this nifty looking graphic up here, tells us that the white flag is displayed.
197 miles an hour. They take the white flag 3 wide. Here comes Tony Stewart up on the high side.
They are now in turn 1.
And the white flag is out. It's waving.
Thank you, Rusty.
It was waving when they were passing it. It's not going to be waving anymore.
High side. And the white flag is out. It's waving.
Right.
And you won't believe me. You won't believe me. You will think I'm making this up just to be funny, but I'm really not. Earlier this week, I stepped out on my porch to go out to my car, and it had been cloudy all week, and the sun was out.
Yeah.
And I legit said to myself, "The sun's out. It's shining."
Of course
Also,
you did.
Matthew, I don't think that the
All right, let's hurry this up. Engines have been refired, apparently.
Oh, very good.
Yes, we have just gone yellow from red. So, yeah, I don't think the start marshal, after the cars had passed the start-finish line, halfway through turn 1, I don't think the start marshal would have been stood there just going like that.
He brought his own pride.
Doyle Ford, the start marshal. Anyway, let's carry on.
Josh Kinder.
Flag 3 wide. Here comes Tony Stewart up on the high side. And the white flag is out. It's waving 3 wide. Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon trying to hang on the bottom, drafting help from behind with Blaney in the Toyota. Up high, Tony Stewart.
Great camera angle here, JT. The leaders are out of this camera shot, but let's show the battle for 8th. But anyway,
When, believe it or not, that now it's the white flag lap.
I mean, nothing could happen up front, right? The lead might not change on this last lap, right?
That's 4 wide down the back straightaway. Hamlin on the inside.
Jeff Gordon's trying to make a pass for the lead here, guys. You want to talk about that?
And Jerry Punch about to have a stroke.
Oh, yeah, how about that? Here comes Gordon on the outside. Huh, shocking.
Gordon has moved up in front. He's Tony Stewart.
And then Jerry can't get his words out. God bless him. He just celebrated a birthday. He's so respected and real stalwart of the sport. But him in the booth, starting in 2007, did not work. Just tripping over himself.
Here comes Gordon on the outside. Jeff Gordon has moved up in front. He's Tony Stewart. And to get the push by. Jeff Gordon, a 5-time Talladega winner. He knows how to get it done. He hung at the back of the pack all day long. He pulls up, and Tony Stewart pushes him by as they come down. Jeff Gordon trying to hang on. 2 wide, 3 wide behind him. Gordon on the bottom of the racetrack. Jimmy Johnson second, and Jeff Gordon takes the win at Talladega. Unbelievable. The car tomorrow.
Yes, that is the car that we're running, Rusty. Anyway. Never fear.
I don't know how in the world we're going to... I'm supposed to be serious this quickly, but we're going to try.
Never fear. We'll bring up more races at the next rain delay on lap 62. But yes, we are indeed on USRN2 and JBM about to go back green in the NASCAR Xfinity Series Wawa 250, powered by Coca-Cola, after a lengthy red flag due to rain. It's after the race start was delayed due to lightning. We're about to go back racing right now here at Daytona, and we can all be grateful for that, Seth.
Yes,
It is
yes,
still
we can.
Sam and Sammy on the front row.
Sam and Sammy.
We are not going green this time, is the word. Well, not the word. The lights are out on the pace car.
The lights are on the pace car.
Or yes, the lights are.
If the lights were out, we'd be going green.
That's right. That is right. Yes. Where are we, Bill? You big dummy.
We were at Daytona. Okay, Matthew, look at the thing. Oh, Josh is going to do what that kid at Dover used to do.
Hey! Yes, there was always a kid at Dover that the Fox cameras, particularly more than TNT or NBC, would always find. And the kid at Dover would always. Yeah, TNN, you're right. Yeah, it would show the kid waving the flag. So apparently we're getting one to go this time. Eric Almirola and Jeremy Clements are going to come down pit road real quick to top off on fuel. We never really lost the racetrack due to the rain. It was just rain that annoyingly would not leave our presence.
Like a cockroach.
Or on some occasions, like me at a bar on a Friday night.
Wasn't Cockroach your bar name when you were working in Terre Haute, Indiana?
Yes, bartend. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. I have been known to bartend in Indiana.
The real question is, did you ever bartend in New York with Sandy Cortez, also known as AOC?
This race cannot go green quickly enough.
Coming to the green this time.
Thank Christ. And it'll be 7 laps to go in Stage 1. Yes, that's right. We're not even at the end of Stage 1.
Buckle up, Buttercup.
Yeah. All right. Again, Sammy Smith, Sam Mayer on the front row. What would those two do if we called them Sammy Mayer and Sam Smith? Austin Hill and Justin Allgaier in row 2. Row 3 is Brandon Jones and Carson Quaffle. And we are coming. We're coming to the green. We're coming to the green. Of course, I hear that one named Sam Smith may give you advice to not dance with a stranger.
Well,
but anyway,
okay. Whoa.
Here we go. Corvette pace car mercifully takes to pit road, and the field comes into the restart zone where the green flag waves to get back underway under the lights at Daytona. 7 laps to go here in Stage 1. Smith on the inside of the front row. Mayer to his right elbow. They'll go door handle to door handle into Turn 1. Both getting pushed very hard at the back door. It's Allgaier pushing Smith. It's Austin Hill pushing Sam Mayer.
So it is Sam Smith with the race lead down the back straightaway. Sammy Mayer, first car on the outside line. Smith has the lead. You were going to do it at some point, so I figured I'd do it now. Smith leads going to 3. Now here's Mayer trying to fight back on the outside. Full speed pace lap. One car tries to make a third lane on the extreme outside line. That looks to be Nick Sanchez in car 48.
They swing up out of turn number 4 just about at full speed now with these restricted engines. Mayer fist fights his way down to the right side of the Sammy Smith automobile to pinch him down. They were dead even across the line. Smith in front by just 12 one-thousandths of a second. Big drafting pack swarms into turn 1. Double file for the first 5 rows. 3 wide in the middle of the pack.
3 wide in the middle of the pack. It is Sammy Smith, though, at the front. He and Sam Mayer continue to go side by side for that number 1 position. Mayer on the outside. Smith on the inside. Leland Honeyman now tries to start a third lane on the inside. He is alongside Justin Haley. Jeb Burton in the middle of that mess as well, but it's still Smith and Mayer side by side for the lead.
Brings the cars back onto the main straightaway. The red and white number 8 of Sammy Smith on the inside line. Again, has a nose in front across the line from Sam Mayer. 5 laps to go in this opening stage. It's double file through the majority of this lead pack. You would have to believe, though, the always aggressive Austin Hill, who's second on the outside line, Seth, is plotting to make a move out of the drafting pocket as soon as he can.
Next, you'll tell me I have a weird fixation with Selena Gomez. But anyway, down the back straightaway is Mayer and Smith continue to go side by side with Hill and Allgaier. They're side by side for the 3rd position. Mayer by about a wheel, but Mayer looking to fight back on the outside, dead even off 4.
Back off the 31 degrees of banking of turn 4 to the main straightaway, then into the 18 degrees of banking in the trioval. Once again, Smith on the inside line with just a splitter in front of Mayer. We'll see if he can hold that inside line and if he can hold that position towards the end of this stage. Double file, this pack moves to turn 2 one more time.
Working out of turn number 2 and heading down the back straightaway at full speed yet again. Sammy Smith, getting a little bit squirrely there with that push from Justin Allgaier. Sam Mayer, though, gets shoved on the outside by Austin Hill, and he's going to have the lead barely just. So move Mayer back to the top spot, but Smith fights back on the inside.
Sam Mayer has 3 stage wins this season. Sammy Smith has 2. Both are playoff eligible through wins earlier in the year, so a stage win would be meaningful to both to get an extra playoff point. It would also be meaningful to the car that runs second on the inside line. That's Justin Allgaier, who of course is going for the regular season championship. An extra playoff point would be huge for him. 3 to go in the stage. They're off turn 2.
Mayer alongside as they continue to battle for the top spot. Mayer and Smith still Side by side, Austin Hill. Boy, he's looking impatient in that red, white, and blue 21, isn't he? Mayer, though, with a good push from Hill on the outside. It should be Mayer to the lead. Will Smith have the advantage? Allgaier lays off of Smith a little bit. Mayer is going to be clear to the lead. The battle for second between Smith and Hill.
The green and black colors of the Sam Mayer Ford Mustang up top, pushed to the lead by Austin Hill. That's exactly what Hill wanted, to push Mayer forward on the outside and then hope to get clear to second and go after him. But he hasn't gotten clear to second yet. He still has Sammy Smith to fend off on the inside line. In fact, Smith got a good push going into turn one from Allgaier, and Smith draws even with Mayer for the end.
Smith trying to bat to the top spot with a push from Allgaier and another JRM car on that inside line, Carson Quapple. Mayer's help on the outside comes in the form of immediate help comes in the form of Austin Hill and Brandon Jones. Mayer a little bit squirrely. Smith leads by a wheel through 3 and 4. One car trying to make a move on the extreme outside line. That looks to be Dean Thompson.
Hold your breath time. What's the final lap of this stage going to look like? End of stages on these drafting tracks can get very messy. Across the line, Sammy Smith in front of Sam Mayer by 15 one-thousandths of a second. They stay double file back into the banking of turn one. No one popping out of the two drafting lines as of yet. They're in turn two.
And it's dead even coming out of that number 2 turn. Smith on the inside, Mayer on the outside as they go side by side. Whoa, Jeff Burton, an aggressive dart to the inside. Now Sanchez goes. Now everybody darts inside. Now it's almost stupid hour as Sawalitz does get turned. Oh, they save it. No, one car does spin in the middle of the pack. It's Taylor Gray. That was a very weird sequence, and I don't know how there's only one car that spun in that.
And the caution has come out.
That's a poor job of describing to you what happened on radio, but it threw me for a loop because I thought they crashed and they didn't, and one did spin. Wow.
And across the line, the field comes to get the green and white checkered flag. Caution came out, so the field is frozen at the time of yellow. And the leader at the time of yellow was Sammy Smith, so Smith will score the stage victory. Taylor Gray, one of the cars that got turned out of the pack, he, of course, trying to make the playoffs, came into tonight's race with a good buffer of 76 points on the cut line. It looks like he has escaped major damage in that Operation 3000 Toyota. Carson Quaffle has suffered some amount of damage, not a lot. His car has already come to pit road, despite pit road being closed. They want to go ahead and work on it. So stage one complete. Caution out just before the leaders got to the green and white checkered flag. Sammy Smith picks up the stage win. As mentioned, it's his third stage win of the year. It will be his 8th playoff point of the season for the driver that is playoff eligible through a win on Easter weekend at Rockingham. Seth, everyone started to fan out halfway down the back straightaway, and then it started to narrow up as they got to turn 3, and that's where the trouble started.
Yeah, it was Matt DiBenedetto who made a move, and then Jeff Burt gets in the back of Carson Quapple. He did a good job saving it, but Taylor Gray ran into Dean Thompson, and then he spun. Quapple then made contact with Blaine Perkins and got back up the racetrack and got clipped slightly by Nick Sanchez. That wasn't clean, but that could have been a heck of a lot worse. I misidentified. The 99 and the 18 are very similar. That was Matt DiBenedetto who made what can only be described as a interestingly daring move.
For a guy, by the way, that stage points means absolutely nothing to him. He just needs to win the race to make the playoffs. Not sure what kind of hurry he's in to get to the stage flag, but what have you. But you are right, it could have been a real massive crash. Instead, it turns into an incident with 2 cars spinning and then others collecting some amount of damage in avoidance. But it could have been worse than that. Cars that went around were Taylor Gray and Carson Quaffle, and again, the cars that also took damage that we've seen to this point has been those 2, along with Blaine Perkins. Perhaps Jeb Burton has a little bit of damage. Maybe he's escaped it without any. Blaine Perkins has to have some amount of damage, and Nick Sanchez perhaps has some as well. By the way, no one went a lap down during that green flag run, so this free pass will once again go to Harrison Burton. So it only took to the end of the first stage for Harrison to get both of his laps back. So Harrison will be back on the lead lap, a big break for him. Blaine Perkins and Dean Thompson have both hit pit road. Taylor Gray has made it to pit road. Oh, also, Thompson did not quite realize there looking at the replays. 26 did scuff the wall at the top of turn 3, so that's why he's come to pit road, just to make sure there's not huge amount of damage there. We knew, Seth, coming in that there would be a few drivers that would be the most aggressive. There's always a group of drivers, no matter the series, at these super speedways. They're going to be the ones to be the most aggressive. We know Austin Hill is one. We knew Jeb Burton would be another. He certainly was there. Pit road open for the leaders, and here they come.
Let's start with Kim.
Yeah, 21, top of your screen. The car handling overall was good, but the splitter was slapping almost every lap, causing the car to be draggy. You see the 41 under him. They will take right side tires only. He said just got a little free with the 21's pushes as they finish up their stop, Dylan.
Andy Benedetto went from 33rd to 4th on that run. Only request is that they tighten the race car up just a little bit. They'll do that with air pressure. Sammy Smith, second from the top there, just right side tires. Said he was really good out front, a little bit squirrely in traffic.
Sam Mayer wins the race off of pit road. We'll reset the order for you after they take the choose.
By the way, I just sent a message about to send a message to Josh's Instagram. That way he knows what I'm getting excited about when I said that Laura Rutledge has really good genes.
Oh, jeez. Oh, dear.
Oh, on this day. Yeah, it is the end of the stage. And through all the stupidity and chaos, we kind of forgot about that.
Yeah, so we actually did. I'm not going to take the time to pull the sounder up because we're already running low on time. So go ahead, Seth.
Yeah, Screaming Dan gets the night off. He could save his voice and scream tomorrow night. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. It's very appreciated. But anyway, it's properly timed. Let's see, do we have any birthdays today? Birthdays that I would know. Matt would know all of these. I always say that every week. Let's see. Here's one. Born on this day in 1989. Tristan Vautier.
Yep, I know that name. Yep.
Most recent Xfinity Series race on this day, 2020 Dryden 200 race number 1, won by Justin Allgaier. On this day in 2021, Ryan Blaney won a very exciting NASCAR Cup Series Firekeepers Casino 400 at Michigan. This day in 2020, Denny Hamlin won the Dryden 311 race number 1 at Dover. On this day in 2016, Will Power won the IndyCar ABC Supply 500 at Pocono.
Oh.
This day in 2015, Joey Logano won the Irwin Tools night race at Bristol, Tennessee. On this day in 2014, Ryan Blaney won the Nationwide Series Food City 300. On this day in 2012, we had a wire-to-wire winner. Timothy Peters led every lap of the UNOH 200 for the Truck Series at Bristol. This day in 2010, Will Power won the IndyCar Indy Grand Prix of Sonoma at Sonoma. On this day in 2009, Mark Martin was too nice to Kyle Busch and didn't send him to Narnia in the Sharpie 500 at Bristol. Busch won. Martin finished in second. Hey, was there a lie detected there? But, bless his heart, he didn't even have to send him around. Just touch him a little bit, man. But anyway, on this day in 2008, Brad Keselowski won the Nationwide Series Food City 250 at Bristol. Here's one, Matthew. I know this name always puts a smile to your face, and I'm actually being serious. On this day in 2007, Johnny Benson won the Truck Series O'Reilly 200 at Bristol.
There you go, yeah.
On this day in 2004, Greg Biffle won the Nextel Cup Series GFS Marketplace 400 at Michigan, where Bill said, "Sorry, Wally, even Black Flag for use our right foot." And then a very weird transition to somebody dying. But anyway, Also on this day in 2004, it was IndyCar at Pikes Peak, the Honda Indy 225, as Matt White would say. Dario Franchitti won. On this day, Michael Waltrip won the 2003 Busch Series Food City 250 at Bristol and then did Michael Waltrip things in the post-race interview.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all watch that? On this day in 1999, how am I looking, real quick, how am I looking, wise? Have they gone choose, one to go? What have they done here?
They're doing the choose now, JT, are they? I think so. Yeah, I think we just did the choose this lap.
Okay, well, it's a big track, so I got a little bit of time.
Yeah, you got about 90 seconds.
On this day in 1999, Juan Pablo Montoya won the CART Target Grand Prix of Chicago, while Bobby Labonte won the Cup Series Pepsi 400 at Michigan. Mark Martin won at Bristol on this day in 98 in the Cup Series. Shocker, a race Gordon didn't win that year was won by Martin. On this day in 1993, Paul Tracy won the CART Texaco Haviland 200 at Road America.
Coming to the green this time.
And let's see, real quick, Brett Bodine won the Busch Series Tri-City Pontiac 200 at Bristol on this day in 1986. And finally, on this day in 1914, our friend Ralph De Palma won the AAA Champ Car Series Elgin National Trophy Race at the Elgin Road Race Course.
Very good.
Of course, one of those ones that who was born on this day in 19... Hold on. I will get back to you. Yes.
I know why you suddenly saw that little picture.
Born in I haven't been on it yet. Born in 1968, Steve Plater, of course, British Superbikes, Isle of Man TT and British Supersport champion.
Very good. Thank you to everybody for that segment.
Now back to the tower. And Matthew Owens!
All right, we'll reshuffle the running order for you. Parker Kligerman, Jesse Love, Eric Almirola, those three stayed out. They're the top three. Green flag is waving, and stage 2 gets underway in the Wawa 250. Jesse Love, the control car from the outside of row 1, takes a big jump with a push from Sam Mayer. Now the CW zone, Parker Kligerman stuffs that 88 car to the bottom of turn 1. He'll get to the inside of Jesse Love and race for the lead with him off turn 2.
Down the back straightaway, it's Love and Clearman, some slightly new players at the front of this field, although Mayer is up there still too. Eric Almirola there. Now these top two are able to pull away from the pull away from the field. Side by side going to 3. Love powers on the outside. Good move by Jesse Love. Kligerman, though, trying to fight back. Taylor Gray, first car on the extreme outside line towards the back.
Well, 6 months ago here at Daytona, Parker Kligerman called his first race as an announcer for the NASCAR Xfinity Series on the CW. That race was won by Jesse Love. Those two now race side by side for the race lead. Love pulls ahead of Kligerman in turn 1, now comes down in front of him to throw a block.
Indeed he does. So they go down the back straightaway. Now Love goes back to the bottom, now back to the top. He changes lanes. Do that in traffic, you get arrested. Jesse Love has the lead. Sam Mayer is now in the second position as they continue to work their way through. Side by side, it's Mayer and Kligerman for that second position, but it's Jesse Love, the February winner, at the front of the pack.
And Love weaving back and forth on the racetrack. First time an RCR car has taken the lead tonight, and they are doing RCR car things. Love in the tri-oval from the bottom of the track to the top, up against the outside retaining wall to block off Sam Mayer. Now as they turn into the corner, he dives to the bottom to throw a block on Parker Kligerman. They're 3 wide at 4th, and they're 3 wide from 4th on back.
Getting very dicey at the front of this field. Kligerman nearly washed into Mayer as they continue to go 3 wide back there. Kligerman now trying to go inside of Mayer. Mayer now getting a big shove, shot in the shorts from Christian Eckes. But it's still Love at the front of the pack. Kligerman inside. Now Smith going to 3rd. And here's Sheldon Creed, the Ollie's colors, trying to make a charge in the middle.
Parker Kligerman, a super sub for the injured Connor Zilich tonight, is pushed by teammate for the night, Sammy Smith, to the lead at the start-finish line. Kligerman leads 2 times a drafting track winner in the NASCAR Truck Series. Leads the way to turn 1. Double file at second. Jesse Love on the right elbow of Sammy Smith. 3 wide from 5th on back as Sheldon Creed pierces up the middle.
It's Kligerman with the race lead on the inside. Love and Smith now side by side for second. Love gets a good run to the outside, now gets kicked back to the middle lane. Now back to the top side of the racetrack. Smith to second. That middle lane, though, has some juice with Sheldon Creed. That line has gone up to 4th place. But the battle on for second, those 2 red and white Chevys of Sammy Smith and Jesse Love.
Brandon Jones, very twitchy off of turn 4, had to bail out of the throttle. His teammate Eric Almirola nearly turned him around from behind as Carson Quaffle was in trouble. He was involved in the spin at the end of stage 1. Looks like he's cut down another tire off the damage that he has, and he's limped his car to pit road. We'll pick up the leaders in turn 2. Still, it's Parker Kligerman who hauls the pack off the corner.
Down the back straightaway, he leads the battle on for second, though, between Sammy Smith and Jesse Love. Here's Smith down to the inside. Sheldon Creed, though, has a big head of steam. So does Justin Haley. He goes to the inside. Smith cuts that advance off. It's Smith to second, Haley to third, Love to fourth. Jeb Burton moved him up to 5th.
And Sammy Smith swings his car around the outside of Parker Kligerman off turn 4. Smith making an assault for the lead. The stage 1 winner has it at the line by a nose over Kligerman. Those 2, cars 8 and 88, will go to turn 1 side by side for the top spot. Behind those 2, it's side by side at second. On the inside is Justin Haley. He goes after Jesse Love.
Way down to the inside goes Kligerman. He'll go top to bottom trying to cover up, but he couldn't cover the advance. Good run on the outside by Sammy Smith. He's got the lead. Here comes Justin Haley to the inside. Goodbye, Kligerman. He's going to go backwards in the middle lane. Sammy Smith now to the lead. The battle for second between Justin Haley and Jesse Love, while Kligerman is now in 3 wide sandwich land.
So Kligerman gets the shuffle to the middle of the pack. Brandon Jones to his left elbow. Justin Allgaier to his right elbow. Remember, very recently, Parker Kligerman, a full-time driver in this series with the Big Machine Racing team that now Nick Sanchez drives for. So he is used to these cars in situations like this. This is not throwing someone in cold turkey, not knowing what they're doing, or having been a long time since they've done it. Meanwhile, Seth, on the backstretch, a change for the lead.
And it's Justin Haley, a former winner. It's a big weekend for him. Yesterday it was announced he's going to become a dad in January. Justin Haley takes the lead. And then he goes to the top side of the racetrack for the trophy hunters of Colleague Racing. Been a while since they've actually had one of those. Maybe tonight's the night.
Maybe it is, as Justin Haley gets to the top spot and will lead this lap. 42 laps are complete here in the Wawa 250. Sammy Smith is right in his toe, behind in second. They're side by side at third now. It's Jesse Love battling with Jeb Burton. It hasn't taken very long for Burton to get up towards the front. Right behind him, he's got Sheldon Creed and Parker Kligerman.
It's Haley at the front of the field as they now go as they're 2 by 2 by 2. Still a few laps away from halfway in this second stage. Haley now goes to the top side through a bit of a mini block there on Sammy Smith. Side-by-side fun continues from third on back. Now Haley darts all the way down to the bottom. Elevator route to keep the lead.
For all of you joining us on YouTube through JBM, keep the comments coming. We will get to them as we have a chance. But as you may imagine, with 2 and 3 wide action at these speeds and at this excitement level, we can't get to it as often as we do in other races. Justin Haley shows the way to turn 1. He'll stay on the top of the banking, leaving the door open to his inside for Jeb Burton.
Yep. So here's Jeb to the inside. He's got Sheldon Creed right behind him. Now looking for a little bit of a side draft, Jeb Burton. Jeb Burton, who raised complaints about the current playoff system in a podcast with Father Ward earlier in the week, trying to get himself into those playoffs with a win. He wants the lead in turn number 3. Haley, though, fights back on the high side.
Chevrolet on the bottom, in Jeb Burton being pushed by the Ford of Sheldon Creed. Got a line of Chevys up top with Haley, Smith, and Love. Also up there is Christian Eckes. Meanwhile, Kligerman gets the shuffle again, 3 rows back. Leland Honeyman bails out on him. Honeyman's got car 70 towards the front, being pushed by Matt DiBenedetto. Sammy Smith goes up the banking. Jesse Love up the middle. They're 3 wide at second.
Haley has a big lead, but this is one of 3 tracks in these United States where you do not want a big lead because they're going to eat you up. Right on cue, Love and Burton have both gotten to the back of Haley in next to no time. Heading to turn 3, Burton inside of Haley as they race 3 wide, middle of the pack. 3 by 3 by 3, Haley still the leader.
Back to the main straightaway, Justin Haley, an old hand in this series at controlling drafting packs behind him. Really good at these super speedways in this series. He's also, of course, won here at Daytona in the Cup Series in a rain-shortened race. Shows the way back to turn 1. It's dead even for second behind him between Jesse Love and Jeb Burton. 3 wide from 4th on back.
Yeah, 3 by 3 by 3, about 5 rows deep. Now, Sammy Smith gets a shot in the shorts from Sammy, or Matt DiBenedetto, a surge in the middle. Look out, Christian Eckes. You're going to get a bump, maybe not. Dean Thompson couldn't quite give a bump to DiBenedetto, so Haley has the lead. Jeb Burton now has the 2nd spot by a wheel over Jesse Love.
Meanwhile, up the middle, in the middle of this pack is Harrison Burton after falling 2 laps down in stage 1 with a spin on the backstretch. He's gotten those 2 laps back, and he's now a part of the lead pack. Harrison, running in the 14th position last time across the line, aggressively changes lanes on the way to turn 1, however, trades places with Anthony Alfredo. Alfredo now comes roaring up the inside. He's underneath the Austin Hill spoiler.
Haley now has the lead. Here's Sammy Smith on the outside. He'll get by Jeb Burton to grab 3rd. Burton now coming back with a bump from Christian Eckes. As they approach turn 3, that push is going to get Jeb Burton 3rd. Jesse Love with the block, giving Jeb a taste of his own medicine, perhaps. And now Love to the inside of Haley. Wants the number 1 position. Love's got it off 4.
Love saddles the horse and cracks the whip on the inside, takes the fight to Justin Haley for the lead, but at the line it's Haley up by 6 1/1000ths of a second. But now he has a formidable foe to his left elbow. Jesse Love side drafts Haley going into the corner. That'll put Love in the red and white number 2 for Richard Childress Racing in front, but it's a tenuous lead.
Very tenuous as Haley fights back on the outside. As they go down the back straightaway, of course, Kala gets their engines from Childress, so a bit of an alliance race for the top spot here between Love and Haley. Going into turn number 3. Here is Haley on the outside. Love on the inside. Love with a slight advantage as they approach 4. Haley with a little bit of contact.
Haley loose in the middle of the corner, made a tremendous save to keep that car from going down and getting into Jesse Love and creating an almighty accident. But the repercussions of that, going into turn 1, Sammy Smith has gotten shuffled out of line. He's being passed by cars to his inside now, as at the front, Love puts a fender ahead of Haley. Now he tries to clear up in front of him, right across the nose of the Haley Chevrolet.
Dangerous move, but it seemed to work for Jesse Love. He goes to the top spot. Haley and Burton now side by side for that 2nd position. So side by side back there between those 2. But it's Jesse Love at the front. Now Burton on the inside. Gonna get to Haley. They nearly touch back there. There's a lap car ahead. Look out.
And the lap car is Carson Quaffle, who came to pit road at the start of this stage with a flat tire, apparently spun behind the pack. We missed that. The near contact in turn 4 was Dean Thompson, who was damaged in that caution at the end of stage 1. He's kept going, and he is in this lead pack on the lead lap. His car washed up. Sammy Smith nearly turned him around. Great job by Thompson to hold on to it. He's in the middle of this drafting pack that comes off turn 2.
They thunder off at turn number 2. Sammy Smith almost below the yellow line. Oh, my goodness. He had a couple of wheels on that, trying to make a pass. They're 4 wide with a lap car. Carson Quaffle back there. Nearly contact between Thompson and Eckes. And now it will be the 42 of Anthony Alfredo trying to take advantage of that.
Alfredo with a triple overtake, getting by Quaffle, Thompson, and Eckes. That was a terrible situation. They caught Quaffle, who was 10 miles an hour slower than the pack, and then the car directly beside Quaffle was the Thompson car, which is damaged and was pushing up the banking. I don't know how they didn't all end up in a wadded up mess. 10 laps to go in the stage. We're halfway home in the race. 50 laps down, 50 remain.
Down the back straightaway, Jesse Love does show the way. Sheldon Creed now up to second. Sammy Smith in third. Now Smith out of the pocket. He goes to the inside. He's got the second position. And now he wants the lead from Jesse Love. Sammy Smith on the move.
And with no drafting help behind him, Smith showing a lot of muscle, breaking out of the draft to try to make this pass. He hasn't done it, though. Love feels some contact at the bumper cover of his car from Sheldon Creed through the tri-oval. They keep it pointed the right direction, and now Smith, with the lack of drafting help, begins to fall back. The leaders rush around his outside. Love and Creed get by Smith. Austin Hill will do the same.
As they continue to go down the back straightaway, Jesse Love continues to show the way. Whoa! Sammy Smith contact with Sheldon Creed. Love goes to the inside to try and cut off the Smith advance. Here comes Anthony Alfredo now up the chute. He's up to the second position, battling with Austin Hill as Sammy Smith got kicked backwards.
Yeah, here comes Anthony Alfredo. Fast Pasta is flying in that powder blue and black number 42. He leads the inside line ahead of Smith, and through the tri-oval, Jesse Love gets down in front of him, now comes back up to pick up his teammate Austin Hill. And now, worst case scenario has happened for the rest of the field. The RCR teammates have linked up nose to tail, first and second.
And it's about the worst thing you could see on a super speedway, kind of the Xfinity equivalent of what it used to be racing against DEI back in the day. Here is Sheldon Creed getting a push for Justin Allgaier. Creed now nearly to the bumper of Austin Hill, his former teammate. Here the battle is for third. Alfredo to the inside of Creed. He's got a strong horse out of that 42 car. He wants second from Hill.
And he's got two really fast cars behind him, pushing him in Smith and in Haley. But the top lane is more organized. And up the outside, Love, Hill, and Creed draft past Alfredo. And into turn one, Jesse Love leads the way again. Austin Hill squared up in his rearview mirror. And the bright yellow, hard-to-miss 00 of Sheldon Creed is in line third.
Indeed he is. First side-by-side battle at fourth as Allgaier is side-by-side with Alfredo. Oh, Allgaier got a little squirrely there. Gets a shot in the shorts from Jeb Burton. He'll move up to fourth, but now Alfredo tries to fight back. That car is very good on the entry to turn three. He's going to take that spot from Allgaier and try to briefly challenge Creed from third. Jeb Burton gets stuck in the middle.
Yeah, Burton in the middle of traffic. He's got Harrison to his right, Justin Haley to his left. Not a lot of drafting help for Jeb. He does have Matt DiBenedetto closing up to him. Eric Almirola's there too. Here go the leaders back towards turn number one, and they begin to stack up on the outside lane. And squirting out to the bottom is Justin Allgaier, who had a big run. He passes Sheldon Creed. He pulls up alongside Austin Hill.
Side-by-side for second, Hill and Allgaier as they march on down this back straightaway. Hill now gets a tug from Sheldon Creed. Creed, though, getting a tug from Dean Thompson, who's worked his way up to fourth. Here's Hill to the inside. He wants the lead from his RCR teammate. Teammates for the lead. Love top side. Hill bottom.
Austin Hill doesn't have the drafting help. Justin Allgaier still 3 car lengths behind him. Love does have drafting assistance from Sheldon Creed. That will put Love back in front as they cross the line with now 5 laps to go in this middle stage. Now Hill on the inside has backed off to get Justin Allgaier behind him, and now there is drafting help on the bottom for Hill, and he's going to mount a charge off turn 2 as he looks to take second back.
Work their way down the back straightaway. Jesse Love continues to be the lead, playing good defense with Sheldon Creed now surging on the outside, but Love providing the roadblock. Now Love goes back to the bottom to shut off the surge of his teammate Austin Hill. You got to play good defense on these tracks, and Jesse Love is doing just that at the present time.
Back to the main straightaway. They are double file behind him with Sheldon Creed and Austin Hill fist fighting for the second position. And as Seth mentioned so rightly, Jesse Love doing everything he can to defend this lead. On the main straightaway going back to turn 1, he briefly jumped up high to cover off Creed. He noticed in his peripheral that Austin Hill had a big run at him, so he goes back downstairs to cover off his RCR teammate.
Indeed. So he cuts off and blocks it. It's Jesse Love in the lead. Austin Hill now up into the second as they work their way through. Now, battle is on for third with the machines of Justin Allgaier and Sheldon Creed. Good action throughout the field. Love's still the leader.
Here's Austin Hill sweeping up to the outside. Jesse Love will not allow him to pull up alongside. They are still wheel-to-wheel for third between Allgaier and Creed. Allgaier has drafting assistance from Anthony Alfredo. Top side, Creed gets the boost from Dean Thompson. Now Dean Thompson has company to his left elbow. Sammy Smith swings through between cars and goes 3 wide. As they make their way down the back straightaway with 3 to go in the stage, they head back towards turn number 3.
With Jesse Love still in the number 1 position. Love now goes up. Hill back to the bottom. Hill sideways. Saves the car. Here's Justin Allgaier to the inside. 3 wide for the top spot. Sammy Smith gets turned by Jeb Burton. Smith spins in front of the pack. William Zilich spins. Eric Almirola slaps the wall as the rest of the field scatters and tries to avoid coming back to the main straightaway.
Coming to the end of a long, smoky spin at the entrance to pit road is the Sammy Smith automobile. Caution comes out with 2 laps to go in the stage, so this one will end under yellow as well. Austin Hill at the end of the back straightaway got a massive run on his teammate Jesse Love and made a quick dart to his inside. Love attempted to throw the block. That stacked him up 3 wide, and just an accordion effect like a slinky, the middle of the pack and the front of the pack and the back of the pack all came together, and eventually something had to give, and eventually that something was Sammy Smith, and in the chain reaction, more cars went spinning and careening out of control. So the caution comes out. Smith quickly came to pit road. Looks like he's escaped having a lot of damage. They'll have to quickly send him on his way to keep from losing a lap. They do. Jeb Burton was also on pit road. He was the one that it appeared turned Sammy Smith. The first bit of contact came from those 2 drivers. And let's go back to Seth Eves at the top of turns 3 and 4 and have Seth walk us through what started all of this.
Well, the moves were starting. It started with Austin Hill got a huge head of steam, and then he took a big shot to the inside. That kind of stacked everything up. Creed then punched Hill to the bottom. That allowed Justin Allgaier to get the lead. Sammy Smith fell backwards, and then Jeb Burton kind of just slipped up into Smith and then clipped him. Jeb was able to continue. William Zilich got caught up and spun behind him, while Eric Almirola got slight damage. Luckily for Zilich, he kept it straight and avoided a hard hit with that inside wall there on the exit to 4, but slight touch from Jeb Burton. Zilich got a slight touch, and he gets hit by Almirola, who didn't hit the brakes. So
it looks
like
Almirola
between the Gibbs teammates, and that allowed for some trouble. Again, for the second time, we must say, while not good to see an accident, it could have been a heck of a lot worse.
It could have all started at the top of turn
And as we apologise for the complete audio failure that we just experienced there, a quick boot of the systems, and the systems are starting to boot up once again, which will allow us to bring you full time and screen back with you. And we are still under caution here. And the flag, the stage flag, about to be displayed to the leader, and that leader at the time of the yellow of that spin on the front stretch being Justin Allgaier. As we will get connected back up with your commentary team momentarily of USRN for Matthew Owens and Seth Eves for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. The Wawa 250 here at Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida, as pits will open soon. And we will hear from the people down in pit lane. There we go. Time and screens are back for you. No idea what happened there. That has never happened before, where audio just completely shuts down and stops working. Let's go back to your commentary team of USRN.
Yeah. Very good. Thank you, JT. As plenty of balls being juggled in the air. Thank you. And I will this button, because I know this messes up anytime we have a disconnection like that, and I will reshare the screen. As you're getting a quick behind-the-scenes tour. But yes, just to go back to what we were talking about, NASCAR is better, marketably better, for having Humpy Wheeler. And unbelievable. 33-year tenure as president and general manager of the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And passed away earlier this week at the age of 86. And of course we're thinking about his family, but we have great, great memories of Humpy Wheeler. Like I said, made NASCAR marketably better. I'll speak from a personal level, and I'm sure Seth can too, because Seth, during Humpy's reign as president of the Charlotte Motor Speedway, I know Seth went to many races at Charlotte. I'll speak from a personal level on this as well, because I went to many races at Charlotte while Humpy was the president, and he did everything in his power to make the fan experience as great as it possibly could. And the All-Star race, which is, of course, such a hot topic in NASCAR land these days, the All-Star race was starting to lose luster. Remember, it started in 1985, and it was this non-points race for the best in NASCAR to go and run, not really a sprint race. Remember, in those days, it was a longer race than we remember the glory days being, for a big chunk of money. And the first few were fun. You had Darrell Waltrip winning with the engine expiring just as he crossed the line to take the checkered flag. You had the pass in the grass and the Dale Earnhardt battle with Bill Elliott. Darrell Waltrip and Rusty Wallace having their coming together in 1989. But the All-Star race was starting to lose luster, turning into the 1990s. And after the 1991 race, which was really a snooze fest, to be completely honest, Davey Allison put the field to shame that day. The R.J. Reynolds Company was starting to think about moving the All-Star race from Charlotte, which, by the way, they had already done once in 1986. The second running of the race, then known as the Winston, went to Atlanta. Came back to Charlotte because it wasn't well attended and it wasn't well taken by the sport. So back to Charlotte in '87, but R.J. Reynolds started to become restless with it, thought it wasn't a good show after the 1991 race, and they went to Humpy Wheeler. Yeah, it does. They went to Humpy Wheeler and the people at Charlotte and said, we're thinking about moving this race elsewhere. What can you do to get it to stay here, to make this an event? And Humpy was in the meeting and he said, we'll light the place. As in, we'll light the racetrack. And R.J. Reynolds' company said, heck yeah, that sounds awesome. Don't know how you're going to do that, but yeah, let's give it a try. Humpy came out of that meeting and he told people, or he asked people, how are we going to do this? Because that was not on his radar. He was not planning to put lights around. In those days, putting lights around a high-banked mile-and-a-half racetrack was but that's what he said, and then that's what he did. Put lights around the Musco lighting system, around the Charlotte Motor Speedway. That's what led to One Hot Night, that legendary All-Star race of 1992. Everything went as well as it could for Humpy and Charlotte that night, with Davey Allison and Kyle Petty having their crash right at the finish, that only after on the last lap Kyle Petty spun Dale Earnhardt, and it was a huge success. And then the Winston, what is now known as the All-Star race, just became must-see television, a can't-miss event after that through the 90s and 2000s.
How many times did you and I go to that in the 2000s, man? I mean,
yeah, right. And
we didn't know each other back then, for those wondering, but we went to it. By the way, speaking of it, you said it wrong a minute ago. I can't believe you. I'm ashamed of you. It's the Winston.
Right. Yeah. And I know I've gone a very long route. I said I was going to speak to this from a personal level. I'll start to do that now. I just wanted to give the backstory. That did become an event. It became must-watch television or a must-go-to event. And on my level, I went to multiple All-Star races in the early and mid-2000s. And I believe it was my first one in 2003. They were having a Goodies Dash race before the Open, and we could go on a totally different tangent about the Goodies Dash series. They're having a Goodies Dash race before the Open that night, and my family was a bit late arriving to the scene, and I was starting to get upset. I was a 6-year-old kid, starting to get upset that we're going to miss the start of the Goodies Dash race. And we're frantically trying to find our seats and get in position, and we run across Humpy Wheeler. And Humpy took the time to talk to all of us, and also to talk to me as a 6-year-old kid. And I can remember this was 20 plus years ago, but I can remember this so clearly. And even at the age of 6, it made an impact on me that he talked to me like a race fan rather than a 6-year-old kid. He talked to me as a race fan. He asked me how many times I'd been there. He asked me if I was enjoying everything about it. Of course, we had just gotten there. And he asked me who my favorite driver was. He did. He talked to me
and
like a race
fan. And you told him he was the
fan.
biggest Rusty Wallace fan in the world.
Of course I did. Rather than a kid. And that's just who Humpy Wheeler was. He always put the fans first, and that glimmered through, whether it was an All-Star race, a Coca-Cola 600, or the Fall 500 race there. He put the fans first. And that's why he is a legend, and in January he'll be in the Hall of Fame.
And all the pre-show events that he would put on pre-race. I mean, oh my Lord!
All of that patriotic pageantry before the 600, that's Humpy.
Thank Humpy for that. Yep.
So.
I like it though. I mean, it was fun. But yeah, I never got to meet Humpy, so I didn't have the stories that you did. But that doesn't surprise. I heard a lot of good things about him, and I always loved him, and he was loved his stuff, and he was he was quite the showman. And again, we missed him, and we missed him after he left, and then we're going to miss him being on this planet.
Yeah. Yeah, we absolutely are. So, Godspeed, Humpy Wheeler, as we get ready to go back racing here at Daytona. Final stage set to go for the NASCAR Xfinity Series Wawa 250, powered by Coca-Cola. When we take the green, there will be 34 laps to go in this race. Austin Hill and Jesse Love, Richard Childress Racing teammates on the front row. All the lead lap cars did come to pit road under the caution. And it's Love and Hill on the front row with Sheldon Creed and Dean Thompson. Make that Sheldon Creed and Ryan Sieg in row 2. Dean Thompson's in row 3 along with Parker Kligerman as the green flag is unfurled and we get the final stage underway here at Daytona. On the outside lane, Austin Hill gets through the gearbox the quickest, and he's also got a good push at the back door from Ryan Sieg. So Austin Hill, the 3-time Daytona winner, goes to the front. Ryan Sieg on the playoff bubble right behind him in second.
Indeed. So it's Hill with the lead, and Ryan Sieg looking for his maiden victory in the Grand National Series. Up to second, Dean Thompson third. Jesse Love, though, with a big head of steam. He'll go to the inside of Sieg to try and get that number 2 position, and he will get that number 2 position. Now Creed alongside Sieg for third. Kligerman and Thompson are dead even for fifth.
Anthony Alfredo has had a problem, and he hasn't been able to get his car up to speed. The caution will come out because he has only been able to pull down to driver's left on the apron before turn 1. So the caution comes out as Alfredo, who has been fast all night, unfortunately, has had some kind of mechanical issue as that car has not gotten up to speed on the restart. Also, there's an issue for Sam Mayer. His car is on pit road under this caution. They are changing tires on the Audubell number 41. Not sure if they had a flat tire or perhaps they thought a loose wheel. But Sam Mayer has come to pit road here just as the caution flies for an issue with Anthony Alfredo. Driver from Connecticut bringing out the caution here. And he will have to be pushed by safety equipment all the way back to pit road.
That's a shame in more ways than one because he was having a pretty solid night.
Yeah, sure was.
Oh, hey, Matthew. I did this last year during the 400. I know technically it's not the race sponsor for tonight, but look, I did hear that it had some kind of a partnership thing. So if you look there, I got the camera on. If you'll have a look, when you come to Daytona, you must have the proper product placement, or else you will be towed.
Coca-Cola Zero Sugar has been taken to the top of turn 3 for our guy Seth. Very good.
Oh, what you got there, Josh? Root beer? Fizzy drink? What you got there?
That would be, yes.
What did you say? You said good stuff.
Yeah, Coca-Cola, but the good stuff.
Oh, okay. The sugar with sugar. I got you. When he said good stuff, I was about to say, well, yeah, he probably needs the good stuff to deal with us as much as he does, but
yeah, that's the hard stuff rather than the fizzy stuff. So under yellow with 32 laps to go. And at the time of caution, top 5 was Austin Hill, Jesse Love, Sheldon Creed, Ryan Sieg, and Dean Thompson. Parker Kligerman in the 88, filling in for Connor Zilich, is in the 6th position. One of the big stories of the night. Another big story of the night, Harrison Burton, who went 2 laps down after a stage 1 spin. Back on the lead lap and now running in the 9th position. He is ahead of Jeb Burton, but he is some 5 positions behind Ryan Sieg. Those are the 3 drivers that are fighting for the last playoff spot. Of course, all of that gets thrown into disarray if someone below them in the playoff standings were to win tonight. You know, like a guy like Dean Thompson running 5th, or Daniel Dye running 10th.
Yeah.
As some cars
I
come to pit road.
I think that's Jeremy Clements, but the thing about that is, if we get down to the race, is Harrison Burton going to really want to push the 10 or the 26 to victory, or even the 39?
That's a great question. Jeb Burton, also one of the cars on pit road, still just doing some maintenance work to that right front fender of the Jeb Burton car.
Or does he shove him about 50 feet ahead and then make a pass to start finish like he did in the two-car tandem days?
Yeah, I might do that too. We mentioned at the top of the show Ryan Sieg and what great runs he has had on drafting tracks in his career, and here at Daytona he's finished third on a couple of occasions. July of 2014 and July of 2016 he finished third here. He has 4 career top 5 finishes at Daytona. And Ryan Sieg, who has come so close in years past to getting his first career Xfinity Series win, could tonight be the night for Ryan?
Didn't he finish top 5 here in 2014?
Yeah, third
in Crazy Race where Kane won.
Yeah, third in 14 and 16.
Forgot about third and 16.
And he also has a pair of seconds at Talladega in 2020 and 2024. He knows how to do it on these drafting tracks. He's been close to victory on them. He's also been close to victory on the quote-unquote normal tracks, too. Think of Texas from last year. He's had good runs at Iowa in the past.
Of course, at Texas, that race there where Rob Albright apparently had $1 million bet on Ryan Sieg.
Yes.
And yet, him showing bias, and he was still better than Pat Patterson.
Field taking the choose here with 30 laps to go. Under the lights at the Daytona International Speedway. A reminder to join us tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time on USRN. And, of course, it'll also be on JB Motorsports on YouTube. The NASCAR Cup Series regular season finale. The Coke Zero Sugar 400. Will we see someone upset the playoff apple cart again, like Austin Dillon did last week at Richmond, like Harrison Burton did in this race a year ago? Coverage on USRN starts at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for the 26th and final race of the regular season. At the end of the night, weather permitting, we will know the 16 drivers who will go to Darlington, South Carolina next weekend to start the playoffs. Tyler Reddick and Alex Bowman, very doubtful to be getting a lot of sleep tonight as they sit on that playoff bubble.
I think that's the safest bet of the weekend.
Yeah. Of course, qualifying rained out for the Cup Series earlier today, so it's the...
Coming to the green this time.
Very good. It's that kooky metric that sets the grid for tomorrow, putting Ryan Blaney on pole. We'll have it all for you tomorrow night.
I will not let the starting grid be earned by that damn cookie metric.
We'll have all of that for you tomorrow. We'll have all of this finished for you right now here at Daytona. It'll be 29 laps to go. Austin Hill, the control car on the outside of row 1. Sheldon Creed to his inside. They enter the restart zone. Green flag set to go back up into the air, and we're racing again under the lights at Daytona. Once again, Austin Hill very quickly through the gearbox, puts a nose in front of Sheldon Creed. But now here comes Creed in that bright yellow Ollie's 00 for the Haas factory team. He gets shoved to the lead to turn 1 by Ryan Sieg. Not many Fords in the field, but 2 of them link up and take the top positions away.
Now Creed has that unenviable big lead we mentioned earlier. He goes to the top side of the racetrack. Sieg, though, with a big shove from Parker Kligerman, and Ryan Sieg from Tucker, Georgia, will go to the top spot in turn 3. Ryan Sieg is your new leader. Creed to second. Battle on for third between Hill and Kligerman. Creed trying to fight back on the high side.
Swings up off the outside of turn 4 does Sheldon Creed, the former Truck Series champion, has Ryan Sieg as a stubborn foe to his inside. Across the line, Creed with a nose in front. Sieg now mounts a charge on the inside, pushed by a couple of JRM cars in Parker Kligerman and Justin Allgaier. Here they come into turn number 2.
Side by side is Creed and Sieg for the top spot. Austin Hill with their own trouble back straightaway. One car spins out of line. It's Rajat Aruth sliding down the back straightaway at terrific speed. He will avoid the wall. He'll try to grab a gear, get it refired. Another 360. We're still green. Ryan Sieg is the leader.
Yeah, once again, for the second time tonight, a single car spin on the back straightaway does not yield a yellow. Leaders across the line still under green flag conditions. Sieg leads. Meanwhile, Carruth has gotten back going. He's got multiple flat tires, just as Harrison Burton did earlier tonight, but he is back going, peep-poking along on the apron of the track. We stay green as the leaders hit the backstretch.
Here, side by side, it is Creed and Sieg. Sieg now going down to the inside of the racetrack on the approach to turn 3. Sieg and Creed still side by side. Josh Williams, the Florida native, is now into the top 10. Cut from his ride at Colleague a couple of weeks ago, back in the 45 and back in the top 10.
With Alpha Prime racing Josh Williams. How sweet would that be for him to score this upset win, as Seth mentions, just a few weeks after getting cut from his full-time ride with Colleague Racing. Sheldon Creed shows the way to turn 1. Ryan Sieg coming back at him on the inside. Seth, what happened to Rajah Carruth?
And, boy, lucky just got loose, I think.
I think Matt DiBenedetto spun another one out.
It didn't look he was that close to him when he hit him. Maybe another look will see. I mean, that's a good look, though. So, okay, there he is. Oh, Carruth slides up. I don't know if you can put all the blame on DiBenedetto there. I think Carruth slid up when he wasn't clear.
Yeah, absolutely. He moved up, and he was not clear of the DiBenedetto car. We had a comment earlier in the YouTube chat about DiBenedetto, talking about experience matters at Daytona. And yeah, DiBenedetto has been in the mix on these super speedways before in the Cup Series. He's won in the Truck Series as well. So DiBenedetto, he's in this lead group. Where is he, Seth? He's in the middle of 3 wide, just outside the top 10.
Indeed he is. Indeed he is trying to work his way through there. Meanwhile, you've got all the Colleague cars with the top 10. They're not in the top 10. They're 7th, 10th, and 11th. So that could be something to watch. I mean, there was a time when the 3 of them got together, the 3 Colleagues got together, that was bad news for the rest of the competition. Dead even for the top spot, coming to 24 to go. Sieg inside, Creed outside.
Yep, 2 blue ovals holding down the top spots, Creed and Sieg. Through the tri-oval they come. Sieg inches back out across the line. You've got Parker Kligerman on the bottom pushing Sieg. Up top, it's Austin Hill, the one right behind Sheldon Creed. Then the third row of cars is Justin Allgaier and Jesse Love. Here comes the field, up out of turn number 2 with 24 laps to go.
23 and a half laps to go. It is Sheldon Creed, still the leader, but Ryan Sieg fights back. The 2 hard luck men of this series fighting side by side at Daytona. Here comes Kligerman to the inside of Hill for 3rd. Good side-by-side action. Sieg by half a wheel over Creed. Creed tries to fight back, though.
Doesn't matter the series, Cup, Xfinity, or Truck, Daytona has produced a ton of first-time winners. Neither of the top 2 drivers here, Sheldon Creed or Ryan Sieg, have won a NASCAR Xfinity Series race. For Sieg, he's been at it a long time. He's come close many times. For Sheldon Creed, he has 14 runner-up finishes without a win, the most in series history.
Side by side with 23 circuits remaining. Creed has the slight edge on the high side. Austin Hill now goes outside of Ryan Sieg for the number 2 position. Sieg will try to fight back, though, on the inside. Creed stuck high. Sieg back to the inside of Creed in 3 and 4. Sieg's got the advantage. Creed on the high side, looking to get taken higher off turn 4.
Everything stacks up middle of the pack as Brandon Jones worked his way to the inside of Harrison Burton. They were 3 wide back there momentarily. They get it sorted back out to double file racing, and that's how it is for about 10 rows in this lead group. Sieg and Creed continue to toggle the lead back and forth, and many cars in the middle of this pack, Seth, starting to wonder how they're going to pop out of line and make moves towards the front. Guys like Jeb Burton.
How far can you go back? We talked about Josh Williams being in the top 10 a couple of laps ago. He's now back at 23rd. Here's Sieg inside of Creed again, side by side, heading to turn number 3. Battle for the number 1 position is on here at Daytona. Creed on the outside, Sieg on the inside. Clearman briefly thought about 3 wide, had to tuck back in line.
Yeah, Kligerman sharply cut that car all the way down to the inside along that double yellow line and then angled back behind Ryan Sieg as here comes the field out of the tri-oval back towards turn number 1. Inside line top 5 is Sieg, Kligerman, Allgaier, DiBenedetto, and Honeyman. Outside line top 5 right to the right of that inside line is Creed, Hill, Love, Thompson, and Eckes.
21 to go, and it is Sieg and Creed side by side down the back straightaway, fighting for the top spot here at Daytona as they approach 3. Looks like Sieg has a slight edge on the inside. Creed wants to fight back on the outside, side by side through 3 and 4. Creed has the advantage.
This is his 127th Xfinity Series start, Sheldon Creed. And as I mentioned a moment ago, he's finished second 14 times. He's finished first never. Is tonight the night for the former Truck Series champion from California. He mounts once again a courageous charge around the outside, but down on the inside, Ryan Sieg gets the shove from Parker Kligerman, and Sieg is clear.
Sieg continues to show the way. Matthew mentioned all those runner-ups for Creed. One of those, perhaps the cruelest of them, a second and a photo finish in this race to Justin Allgaier 2 years ago. At the front of the pack, though, it continues to be Ryan Sieg showing the way. Side-by-side action continues around the 4th position.
And they're 3 wide, even further back from that, and just scuffing the wall was Christian Eckes as he tried to thread his way to the outside of Dean Thompson. Just ahead of Eckes, Jesse Love moves up and gets right behind his teammate Austin Hill. So now the RCR cars are linked up again with Hill and Love. They're right behind Sheldon Creed, who is backslid even further because now Parker Kligerman has moved through to second.
Kligerman to second. The first side-by-side battle now at 3rd between Creed and Allgaier. Now, here's Kligerman now trying to go to the bottom. Sieg shuts him off. Sieg still the leader with Parker Kligerman second. 3rd place now the battle. Justin Allgaier and Sheldon Creed battle. Creed goes way high to shut off an onrushing Austin Hill. Dean Thompson goes backwards in the middle.
Yeah, he's got a parachute out the back of that Toyota Supra for Dean Thompson at the front. Ryan Sieg comes across the line. Parker Kligerman in his tire tracks. Justin Allgaier is right behind Kligerman. He's now clear to 3rd. The side-by-side action is at 4th. Here comes Matt DiBenedetto mounting a charge to the inside of Sheldon Creed, who has backslid quite a bit in the last couple of laps.
Indeed he has. Sieg, though the leader, now they get very, very close to one another. The top 5 single file, Ryan Sieg, Parker Kligerman, Justin Allgaier, Sheldon Creed, and Austin Hill. Now Matt DiBenedetto goes inside of Jesse Love. That is at 6th place. DiBenedetto leading the outside line. He's got Leland Honeyman right behind him.
Parker Kligerman behind the wheel of a NASCAR race car for the first time in 2025. But this is no fun one-off for clicks and for popularity and for fun. He is filling in for the injured Connor Zilich, and Parker Kligerman, normally an announcer for this series on the CW, is doing a very important job right now, Seth, because if Connor Zilich is going to win the regular season championship, part of that responsibility tonight falls on the shoulders of Parker Kligerman.
Indeed it does. Ryan Sieg still the leader, then Kligerman second, Allgaier 3rd. Now Austin Hill darts to the inside of Sheldon Creed 4th, and watch out. He brought his teammate with him. Here they come, the children's duo of Austin Hill and Jesse Love.
And those two dart out of traffic and out of the darkness like Darth Vader on the Death Star. Here they come, down to the inside, Hill and Love. Linked onto them is Matt DiBenedetto and Leland Honeyman. Sammy Smith is the 5th car on the inside line. This happening for him only about 20 laps since getting spun around in turn 4.
Sieg now the leader on the high side of the racetrack as he keeps the lead. Now Austin Hill trying to make a run. Briefly thinking about going to second with another red, white, and blue car, Parker Kligerman. But Allgaier on the outside is going to thunder back, only briefly, though. Hill back to the 3rd position. With Connor Zilich watching on his car, he's going to lose second. And now Austin Hill might go for the lead off turn 4.
Here comes Austin Hill racing out of turn number 4 to the inside of Ryan Sieg. The horsepower in the RCR Chevrolets are apparent, and they're going to try to take it to Ryan Sieg, but Sieg holds the lead, only just going back to turn 1. The inside line loses some energy. Now we'll try to gain it back as they wind it up into the corner. Sieg up top, pushed by Kligerman and Allgaier. It's just about dead even at the front.
Dead even indeed. It is Hill and Sieg side by side for the number 1 position. Here's Austin Hill with a great dart down to the inside, but Ryan Sieg gets a bump from Parker Kligerman, and Ryan Sieg will now be clear to the lead once again. Hill and Kligerman now the side-by-side battle for second. Full speed pace lap behind race leader Ryan Sieg.
Sieg brings the field out of turn number 4 once again. Kligerman, as I mentioned earlier, has 2 drafting track wins in the Truck Series, both coming at Talladega. He also had a Daytona win in the Truck Series taken away due to a failed post-race inspection. He lines up in second behind Ryan Sieg at the top of turn 1. Here comes Austin Hill, not giving it up, digging on the bottom to the inside of Justin Allgaier.
Haley now the top spot with Kligerman in second. Hill now trying to make moves on the inside. He'll battle with Austin Hill for the 3rd position. Ryan Sieg, though, continuing to show the way. Good battle for 3rd as Hill dives way down to the inside to try and take that spot away from the Justin Allgaier machine. Now he wants Kligerman for second, 3 wide at the back.
Yeah, 3 wide further back. Sam Mayer trying to make up ground, can't do it. He and Brandon Jones are both stuck in the back, not making up much ground at all with now 13 laps to go. Ryan Sieg leads back to turn 1. 7 rows back, Sammy Smith ducks out of line. He makes it 3 wide with Leland Honeyman in a car up top and Harrison Burton. Smith trying to get back to the front. He's been fast all night.
Solid rebound job for Harrison tonight after his early spin in this race. Ryan Sieg, though, is the man. He's got the lead. Hill and Allgaier side by side for 3rd as they go down the back straightaway. But at the front, it is still Ryan Sieg. Parker Kligerman staying patient, perhaps plotting for a move in the final laps. But Austin Hill is trying to do likewise.
Sieg slingshots it wide out of turn number 4. Austin Hill had a run out of the corner, loses it by the time he gets back to the start-finish line. He is still side-by-side with Parker Kligerman. He has not been able to draw up alongside Sieg. Back to turn 1 go the leaders. A dozen to go here at Daytona. Will this be the night for Ryan Sieg? These last 12 laps for him going to feel like an eternity.
Absolutely. Sieg has the top spot. Battle on, though, for second between Zilich and Hill. Now, here is Sieg. And Ryan Sieg continues to lead. Second place, the battle now with Kligerman and Hill, perhaps. Hill now alongside. Second place, and there's trouble in turn 3. Taylor Gray has crashed. Jeremy Clements is involved. Another car spins wildly down to the inside. Josh Balicki is in the grass. And this fun racing's about to get the nerves even more excited. Cesar Baccarella also has found the wrong button on the Slurpee machine as he's wrecked the 7-Eleven number 5. And multi-car incident in the back of the pack. And Matthew, boy oh boy, the nerves are going to even ratchet up even more on some of these guys' pit boxes.
Former winner of this race, Jeremy Clements with heavy damage. Taylor Gray with heavy damage. Gray, if we were to get a new winner tonight, he would be moved onto that playoff bubble, and it looked like, Seth, this all started with Gray. I think he had a cut tire going into turn 3, spun his car, and everyone behind couldn't slow up.
Yeah, and Clements just spun and crashed into Gray, and boy, Taylor Gray, here's your bad plastic surgery car tonight.
Yeah, been a tough night for Taylor, who has been so consistent over these summer months, and Jeremy Clements just had nowhere to go and ricocheted right into him. Then came Balicki trying to woe it down in the Coca-Cola colored car. Oh, and then Baccarella, wow. Well, Arca's in action as we speak. That's where Baccarella's brakes belong.
Yeah.
Good avoidance by Josh Williams and Justin Haley back there. So as Seth mentions, this caution comes at a tremendously dramatic time as we were getting towards the final 10 laps, and we had a great battle at the front starting to get staged up with the likes of Sieg and Kligerman and Hill and Creed and Allgaier. But now we got to go through a choose and a restart, and we'll see how things get changed up with that. Unlikely to see any of the leaders come to pit road. 10 laps to go now as we circulate under the caution. By the way, give a call to Leland Honeyman tonight. That 70 car has been up front for the majority of the night. That's the Derek Cope team, Cope Family Racing. Cope, of course, a winner of the Daytona 500 from 1990. Let's go to pit road and hear from Ryan Sieg's crew chief. Wow, that is some terrible audio. That audio is clearly not Matt Noyce. Did they have it fixed?
He got the lead. Now we just got to hang on for the next 10
Better.
to go, whatever it is.
What's this like for you just sitting here? It's out of your control now.
Yeah, we got teammates lined up behind us at both ends, so we were able to control it pretty well there, so we just got to try to do that best we can, and hopefully we get some help from the 99 or the 00 maybe if they get to us.
Thanks for your time, Matt. He'll climb back aboard, and yeah, he's got the Haas factory cars there. The 00 and 41 are Alliance teammates, so watch for those cars to work together.
I'm very glad that Matt has not been, his soul has not been overtaken by a demon, as it sounded just moments earlier. That was a moment. That was a moment in time.
Yes, it was.
And they made mention in that interview about Ryan Sieg and that 39 team having an alliance with the Haas factory team. That's Sheldon Creed and Sam Mayer, of course. As I mentioned earlier, there are not many Fords that run regularly in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. In fact, there are only 4. Sheldon Creed, Sam Mayer, the Haas factory team cars, Ryan Sieg, and Kyle Sieg for their family team, and I said 4 or 5, I beg your pardon. The 5th is Harrison Burton for AM Racing. Here's Austin Hill's crew chief.
Acting like it normally does. I don't know if it's just the way the humidity is tonight or what, but he's doing a good job. I mean, we got him in position up here. I feel like we got a good enough car. It's a little snug, but we got a good enough car that we can hopefully pull this thing off.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Again, Austin coming on the radio saying the air just not reacting how it typically does, how he's used to. He said when he was trying to get to the 00 when Sheldon was in front of him, even dragging back to the 2 was not working.
All right. I don't really know how to follow that up.
Move on to the next topic would be my answer. Oh, a shout out to Natalie Decker. Gave birth 6 months ago and is running in 23rd.
Yes, Natalie is back amongst us.
Shotgun on the field tonight, by the way. You might remember.
DGM Racing Team, Wawa on the hood and quarter panels of that car.
Wawa.
And Natalie running just outside the top 20 in 23rd, as Seth mentioned. Just speaking of Austin Hill, who we've been talking about a lot tonight, of course, because of his accolades on these drafting tracks in the past. He's just racing for a win tonight, remember. He cannot gain any playoff points. That's tonight with a win, and that's even at the end of the regular season when the top 10 point finishers get their additional playoff points. So these next 3 races for Austin Hill, he's just here to win. That's kind of a scary thought.
Yeah, you think? I was like, can you say something that makes me not scared?
Yeah, really.
Of Austin Hill?
And I mentioned this earlier that the CW is showing now. Parker Kligerman was the first truck to the checkered flag here earlier this year in February at Daytona. He thought he had won the Truck Series opener, but that 75 truck failed post-race inspection, and Kligerman was robbed of the victory. You'll never believe who ended up inheriting the win. It was Corey Heim, would you believe? But Kligerman thought he had a Daytona win. Trying for it tonight. His radio here.
I was wondering when he was going to jump down there, get pushed into the lead. I was thinking about it, but I felt like they would probably split us or try to dump us. You the man. Appreciate it, buddy. You got good race cars. It's fun. Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
So those guys talking right there, Parker was just being patient behind Ryan Sieg, and I referenced that I wondered why he and Allgaier didn't try to get a run and pass, and you hear Parker, patience is key when you come to this type of racing, and it's not always about taking every move that comes your way. He's trying to put himself in a position, if that would have run green through the end, to be able to win this race, and you just showed him winning the truck race here in February. He knows how to win at these type tracks and is always really quick, and that's him just doing what he thinks is best to get to victory lane tonight.
Huge opportunity here for Junior Motorsports. We talk about the 88 and the situation with Kligerman in for Connor Zilich. Allgaier's up there. Won in a photo finish here a few years ago, 2023, when he beat Sheldon Creed. Sammy Smith's had an eventful night, won a step.
Well, just speaking about JRM here for a moment before we take the choose. Junior Motorsports, this team has been dominant this season with all the races that they've won, but something that I don't think is getting the credit it deserves with this team is they have won with 6 different drivers this year, which is incredible. Connor Zilich, Justin Allgaier, Sammy Smith, Kyle Larson, remember, while filling in for Zilich at Texas, won. Daniel Suarez in a one-off at Mexico, and Shane Van Gisbergen in a one-off, kinda, at Chicago. That team has won with 6 different drivers this year. Now, if Parker Kligerman were to win tonight, the win would officially go to Zilich, but that would be like a quasi 7th driver to win with that team this year, which is incredible to think about.
Old Kelly knows how to hire him, doesn't she?
Kelly Earnhardt Miller is an amazing day-to-day runner of that organization.
By the way, Max Reeves wins the Badger 200 at Madison, the ARCA race. That seriously is what it was called, the Badger 200.
Very good.
I spoiled the hot lap, so we'll have to redo that again tomorrow. I'm sure there will be. Oh, for God's sake! I just sent something into a chat you're in, Matthew. You'll watch it, and there's a reason why I didn't say it and I paused on air. We're coming to 6 to go.
Yeah, it'll be 6 laps to go here. Ryan Sieg, the control car outside of row 1, to his inside. The Connor Zilich car now being driven by Parker Kligerman due to Zilich's broken collarbone suffered 2 weeks ago in Watkins Glen Victory Lane. Justin Allgaier and Austin Hill are in row 2. Sheldon Creed and Jesse Love are in row 3. Half of those top 6 have never won in the Xfinity Series. Green flag goes up in the air with 6 laps to go. Teammates line up on that inside line, and they are working together extremely well, with Allgaier shoving Zilich. Now remember, the intensity is going to pump up big time over these last 6 laps, but even still, you cannot lock bumpers as Ryan Sieg charges back to the outside of Kligerman in turn 2.
How hungry is Ryan Sieg? We're about to find out. How hungry are people who want to help Ryan Sieg? He and Kligerman side by side down the back straightaway. Here's Kligerman, though, with a great push from his teammate Allgaier. Kligerman to the top spot. Allgaier and Sieg now side by side for second, but it's Parker Kligerman at the front of this field exiting turn 4.
Back to the main straightaway with Kligerman in front, but Ryan Sieg coming from behind with an amazing run. Right to the bumper of Kligerman, and now Austin Hill knifes his way to the inside of Sieg. Austin Hill moves up to second. Contact further back. Sheldon Creed shoved onto the apron. Somehow gets back onto the track on the banking of turn 1 without creating a crash. It's Kligerman shooting off turn 2 with the lead.
Full speed pace lap behind Kligerman. How wide is he going to make that 88? He has the lead down the back straightaway. Now, Austin Hill goes way down to the inside. Kligerman shuts off that advantage. Leland Honeyman shoots through the middle. He's into the top 5. Or, check that. That is, there's Honeyman. Yeah, it's Kligerman with the lead as they exit 4.
Back to the main straightaway. Kligerman holding on to this lead. How long can they keep running this intensely without crashing? Final 4 laps at Daytona. Here's Honeyman to the outside.
No!
And here's our answer. Ryan Sieg gets turned into the pack. He nails Christian Eckes. He gets run into by Harrison Burton, who goes sliding wildly down to the apron. Also involved is Matt DiBenedetto. Eric Almirola is there. Daniel Dye with a catastrophic hit to the front of his car, and the caution comes out only seconds after I had asked the question. The answer is given. They could only go a few more 100 feet without wrecking, and for Ryan Sieg, it is heartbreak once again.
Matt DiBenedetto's car is destroyed.
Sieg going to try to get it back to pit road. DiBenedetto not going to be so lucky. Also, Jeb Burton has taken on damage in this crash. Second for Jeb. I mentioned Harrison. Burton went spinning. I'm not sure how much damage Harrison has, but that's all 3 of the Bubble Boys, the 2 Burtons and Sieg, involved in that crash. Have to see how much damage Harrison has taken on. William Sawalich was also involved. Left front sheet metal peeled away from that Toyota Supra. And also Josh Williams involved.
You know, when I saw C go way high like that, I had a feeling that something bad was getting ready to happen.
He was trying to block Honeyman, and he did, and I'm not even sure those 2 touched. But in the tri-oval, you are making a full left turn with just 18 degrees of banking, basically half the amount of banking you have in the turns. And the rear of the car gets extremely light in the tri-oval when you make big moves like that. And when Sieg faded up to cover off Honeyman, rear of the car just got really light on him, and the air from Honeyman's car just turned Sieg right around. Like I said, I'm not sure they even made any contact. If they did, it was minimal. And then Sieg came down hard into the right side door of Christian Eckes, a la Mark Martin and Ward Burton from 1996 at Talladega. Daniel Dye trying to avoid. He hits the back of the Ryan Sieg car. That lifted the rear of Sieg's car up into the ground. Thankfully, it stayed on the ground and did not tumble over. Harrison Burton, just trying to dissect through these replays that we're looking at, how much damage Harrison got in this, because Jeb got quite a bit. Sieg, of course, got a lot. And I'm trying to figure out how much Harrison's gotten in all of this, because obviously those 3 going for the final playoff spot. Jeb Burton trying to sneak through, and the hole plugged up in front of him as Matt DiBenedetto got turned right in his path.
Yeah, I mean, you really can't blame anybody for that. I mean, it's for a win at Daytona. You're trying to do all you can, and sometimes, unfortunately, that's the.
There's Harrison. There's Harrison there. He's got quite a bit of left front damage. All 3 of those Bubble Boys come away with this with quite a bit of damage. I do think Harrison's going to be able to continue, though, where I don't think Sieg will, and Jeb is questionable.
This is probably heading overtime, is it not?
Yeah, absolutely, because this is going to be a long cleanup. Just what our guy JT wanted to hear at 3 o'clock in the morning. No, I beg your pardon, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, about to be, yeah, right. It's about to be right at 4 o'clock.
Overtime.
What? What did you just did? Did you just say that word?
Yeah.
He said the thing, Josh. He said the thing.
Now, Matthew Owens, if you care to look at my camera for one moment, I have something for you.
Oh, boy.
Oh, this will be fun. Boy, they are shredding apart the seat car on pit road. Car. Yeah, they need to complete these laps for points purposes.
Matthew
so they're trying
Owens.
their best, yes.
You have been given a black flag.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, this is extensive work going on in the 39 pit box. Because, again, they need to complete these final laps to get as many points as possible. So they're going to try to cut every damaged part off and get back going. Same for Jeb Burton, who has a lot less damage than Sieg has. But they're going to get Jeb back out without losing a lap, I think. Ooh, maybe not, because here come the leaders through the tri-oval. I'm not sure if they are going to get Jeb out in time or not, and I don't think they did Sieg. Meanwhile, through the carnage, right now, Brennan Poole has jumped into the top 10. He is 9th.
What do we say about the surprise names in the top 10 late in the race? Well, about 4th and 9th.
Yeah, let's go to pit road.
Leland Honeyman's
you want him to be in. What's your message, if any, here on this maybe final restart?
Yeah, just keep doing what he's been doing. Really proud of Parker to be able to get in our car and adjust this quick, and he's really done us an awesome job. And really proud of Connor to be able to come back so soon and get back in the car to start the race. So just hopefully we can hold him off here for a lap and a half or 2 laps here and see what happens.
All right, I'll let you get back on the radio. Let's see if we can get Connor's thoughts here. All right, are you proud of Parker? Are you jealous? What are you feeling right now?
I'm nervous, first of all. I didn't expect to be this nervous watching him, but he's done a great job and has our WeatherTech Chevrolet and a chance to win the race. And clearly it's as fast as Xfinity Mobile, and I wish I was behind the wheel, but instead I'm sitting here.
All right, well, he's watching and cheering him on. The 88 car fast once again and up at the front of the field.
I like the position that Parker...
How about Connor Zilich getting interviewed on the pit box as he may be about to score a win? Because, again, just to repeat for those that have joined late and haven't followed the situation, if Parker Kligerman in this 88 car wins the race, the win will go, and the points will go to Connor Zilich. Now, not the playoff points, but the regular season points and the tabulation of the win would go to Connor Zilich because he started the race in that car. What an incredible story that would be.
Man.
And it would create for a heck of for a Victory Lane interview, too, with Parker talking to the CW folks from Victory Lane.
Do they both hold the trophy when time to do the posing for it?
And again, the last time something comparable to this happened was in this series in 2007 under much more controversial circumstances at Milwaukee when Denny Hamlin was slated to drive a Joe Gibbs car in the Busch race at Milwaukee. But he was practicing his Cup car and qualifying his Cup car on the Saturday of the Busch race at Milwaukee. He was practicing and qualifying his Cup car at Sonoma, California. And he had to get from Sonoma, California to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And he didn't get there in time because the helicopter couldn't find a place to land. So Eric Almirola, who had qualified Hamlin's car in the Busch Series, started the race in the 20 car. But all of this was going on in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the sponsor of the car, Rockwell Automation, hails from. And the sponsor wanted Denny Hamlin in the car. So at a caution in the first third of the race, when a caution came out, Eric Almirola is leading the race. They bring him down pit road for Denny Hamlin to take over the car because the sponsor wanted Hamlin in the car. Hamlin comes from a lap down and comes all the way back to win the race, but it's credited to Eric Almirola, who started the car. Eric Almirola, by the way, who's in this race tonight. And as history shows it, Seth, Eric, none too pleased about getting pulled from that car that night.
No, I thought he'd be just chipper about it. Mercy.
Actually, I quite hope that if Kligerman does win this race in victory lane, to your point, that Parker and Connor help lift the trophy together, and then I hope that Denny Hamlin, somewhere in the motorhome lot, gets up with Eric Almirola, who's running in the race, and they come to victory lane and celebrate with them.
Anyway, back to what I was saying before the interview, Leland Honeyman has had a solid night.
Oh, he's been up there all night long for the Derek Cope racing team, as here comes the field getting one to go, and to the choose they go, and predictably, Kligerman and Allgaier, teammates, go together on the inside. Austin Hill will be on the outside, and he'll have Leland Honeyman right behind him. Michael, by the way, in the comment section on YouTube, has been rooting on Kligerman all night long. And he is in the comments saying, Kligerman, come on! You sound like a tennis player, Michael. Also notes that Natalie Decker is 11th. Yeah. And he says Hamlin didn't want Almirola out of the car. And no, Hamlin was very sympathetic to the situation. That was in a very stupid time in this series history where we had cup drivers.
We moved that back, remember? We moved this back.
We had 20 cup drivers running every Busch/Nationwide race to the point of even they were traveling either halfway or totally across the country from their cup destination to run the Busch race. And yes, part of the news of the last week or so has been that next year we could open up eligibility for more cup drivers in this series, which would be a mistake. They get 5 a year. I think that's a great number. Move on. Keep going. Not the time to open up that can of worms, though, Seth, because we are coming to the green flag in overtime at Daytona. Austin Hill looking for his 4th Daytona win. Parker Kligerman looking for redemption from a stolen truck win here from earlier this year. What in the wide world of sports is going to happen?
Justin Allgaier, Leland Honeyman, Jesse Love, Brandon Jones, Sammy Smith, Sam Mayer, Brennan Poole, Nick Sanchez, your top 10. Hang on to the edge of your seats, folks. This one's going to get nuttier than Taylor Swift's Love Life. Overtime at Daytona.
Chevrolet Corvette pace car comes to pit road. Into the restart zone comes the field. Green flag waves, and overtime is underway under the lights at Daytona. Parker Kligerman through the gearbox. Austin Hill with him. Austin Hill goes up to block Leland Honeyman, and they make contact. Honeyman gets shuffled off the outside line. That allows Parker Kligerman to scoot away as Hill lacks drafting assistance. Kligerman leads to turn 2, but does he have too big of a lead?
I think you know the answer to that question. Here they go. They gang up on him. Kligerman goes to the high side. Here's Sammy Smith shooting up the middle. He'll bring Sam Mayer with him. Kligerman now to the middle lane. Now goes to the bottom to shut off Allgaier. Smith with a run on the high side of the racetrack. Sammy Smith now up to 2nd, side by side behind Kligerman. Kligerman the race leader. The battle is on for 2nd. Can they catch Kligerman? Bell lap.
Austin Hill gets shuffled out of the lead. He is 8 rows back as Parker Kligerman takes the white flag with the lead. This will be the last lap. Justin Allgaier crosses over and gets alongside Kligerman. Kligerman gets a big shove from Sammy Smith into turn 1. For the final time, Parker Kligerman with a courageous charge up the outside of turn 2 into the lead.
has a pretty sizable lead, though. Does the pack have enough to run him down? Kligerman goes to the outside to shut off Smith. Now back to the bottom. Nick Sanchez gets into the wall. They're 4 wide further back. Garrett Smithley into the mix. Now a crash in the back. Eric Yamarola and everyone else from 5th line back crashes. The caution is out. Kligerman in the lead.
This is going to happen! Announcer turned racer turned winner! Parker Kligerman has won! Parker Kligerman has won at Daytona! The win will belong to Connor Zilich, his 7th of the year! He has won a race at Daytona with a broken collarbone, and he's done it because Parker Kligerman has done the job and gotten his redemption from 6 months ago, a stolen Daytona win in the Truck Series. He's going to victory lane at Daytona in the Xfinity Series, and he won't care that the win will not officially be under his name. What an incredible story!
My goodness.
Twice a winner in the Truck Series at Talladega. We mentioned the win that was taken away at Daytona this year in the Truck Series. Also remember, Seth, a win taken away from him in the Xfinity playoffs at the Charlotte Roval.
That is correct.
All of that leads to this moment in time, and this is going to be an awesome interview and an awesome celebration. I am thrilled for Parker Kligerman. How could you not be?
Unofficially, Garrett Smithley gets a 9th place finish, and unofficially, Ryan Ellis has his 2nd top 10 of the season.
Wow. Here comes Connor Zilich with his team. They've climbed over the wall on pit road. Kligerman now doing burnouts on the front stretch. Word on the street is that they were not going to do a front stretch interview for purposes I do not know. They may have to make an amendment to that because this is an awesome moment and they're going to be full of emotion down there. Connor is running across the grass. Please God, do not fall.
Careful.
What an amazing situation.
Where's the Benny Hill music when you need it?
And let's hear this reaction.
Streak is intact for Connor Zilich. Great by Parker with a gentle hug, realizing that he's dealing with an injured driver there.
And here he gets to plant the flag. And he broke it.
Oh my God.
Oh, we need to water the sod.
I got money that Parker probably goes to tech with that car tonight. What do you think? And make sure that everything is okay.
The dynamic duo at Daytona, Connor Zilich, Parker Kligerman, teaming up and getting the 88 to victory lane. And now our Mobil 1 winning moment.
Quite stunning that they're not doing a front stretch interview. I don't know what has led to that decision for tonight, but they've picked a bad night to make that decision. We'll hear from Parker in victory lane momentarily. That's what he tried to do this February when he thought he had won the truck race. He got out of the car and he went to the grass and he tried to plant the checkered flag in the grass, you know, Baker Mayfield style. He tried to do it tonight and he's broken the handle of the flag. Which I suppose is actually quite the perfect personification of this whole situation. It's a win that he will not get credit for in the history books, in the record books, but we will never forget the night that Parker Kligerman won an Xfinity Series race at Daytona for Connor Zilich. Let's hear from Justin Allgaier.
I'm down to what was the difference there at the end?
I wish I knew, if I would be honest with you. I'm really disappointed that I thought we had it. I was able to get to the bottom there, and I thought we had the help that we needed, and I think Jesse just wasn't able to quite bridge the gap there. And disappointing, but at the same time, to have a Junior Motorsports 1, 2, 3, you know, all the adversity that the 88 team has gone through this week and the effort that they've put in is, it's cool to see those guys in victory lane. Parker, I mean, you've worked with Parker for a long time. You know, he's put the time and effort in. So proud of our team, proud of everybody on our Hellmans, RCPT Chevrolet. You know, we had a big group of folks here tonight from around Canyon Parachute team, and disappointed we're not celebrating victory lane with them. But you know, it's Miss Evelyn Thomas's 102nd birthday tomorrow. Wish I was there celebrating with a checker flag, but you know, really cool that I know that they'll be they'll be in Springfield watching. So just disappointed in the night, but all in all, solid day for the company.
The 7 team has had an up and down summer, as we've talked about. Is this the kind of run and finish you guys needed to get things righted before the playoffs?
Yeah, I was fully expecting to be in one of those last cautions the way that our summer's gone. Yeah, the only thing we've been fast as Xfinity Mobile for is getting into the crashes this year. So, you know, it's cool that I mean, our cars have had speed every week, and we've shown that with stages and doing all the right things. It just disappointed we didn't get it done. But again, great day for the company, great day for Chevrolet, Hendrick Engine Power, Dale Jr., Kelly Earnhardt Miller, just everybody that's a part of this company.
Well done. Runner-up for Justin Allgaier tonight in Daytona.
Meanwhile, Parker Kligerman pulls into the hallowed grounds of Daytona's victory lane. He made his Xfinity Series debut at Kansas in 2009. Started that race on the pole, driving for Roger Penske. The next year in 2010, he qualified on the front row for this very race, the July Daytona race, running an extra Penske car. Tonight, he picks up, with an asterisk, his first Xfinity Series win. It'll go in the record books as a Connor Zilich win, which will be his 7th of the season. And with Zilich and Kligerman and Dale Earnhardt Jr. and many others in victory lane, Parker Kligerman gets to live out a lifelong dream in very special and unique circumstances. And he might just come out the top of the roof hatch.
Career. Yep, he's going to climb out of the roof hatch. I'm not sure what Dale Jr. is going to say about that.
Not a step.
He didn't want to step on the window seal, he said. Again, Parker subbing for Connor Zilich. Yeah, you got to get yourself down from there now. First career NASCAR Xfinity Series win. You have been in the hunt for this for so long.
Disaster averted.
Did it match the dream you had?
It's different in every way because I didn't expect to get a call from Dale Jr. On a day I was leaving to go on vacation and say, hey, man, would you come drive this thing? Obviously, hated the circumstances for Connor. He's amazing generational talent. I feel honored to have gotten the call and to grace the seat that he's been in, that Kyle Larson has been in. I knew I had to hold up my end of the bargain. Thank you to Justin Allgaier. Man, he was a real teammate. We go way back. That meant a lot. And Sammy Smith at the end gave me some great pushes, so that helped a ton. But this is, you know, great testament to this team, the 88 team, which has been on fire all year. But for me, it's such a me thing that this will not be on Racing Reference at all. So I'm still going to count as a win. I'm still going to take the checkered flag. We get the check, of course. But this is just really cool. And to do it with a guy who, younger me, would have never thought in the world I'd even get to speak to him, let alone drive one of his race cars, is just a dream come true.
You're the 4th different driver crew chief combo to win in the 88 car this season, 7 different JRM driver. What insight has it given you about this team and what they can accomplish?
It's amazing. You know, it's one of the first days of the shop, just our preparation and the level this race team is at is really evident in each person you talk to and everything you do with them. And then you drive the race cars, and it's just obvious that the handling, the ability of the race cars is so good that I knew early on I was behind the race car, and I thought if I could just get there and get ahead of it and be on par with it, then we could go and get the victory lane, and sure enough, we have it. Second win in Daytona this year. I mean, I can't believe it. This is unbelievable. I thought I was supposed to, like, slow down, and somehow everything's just going better. So I don't know. Maybe this was I'm a good part-time guy.
You answered the call. You're tied with Jamie. Congratulations.
Hey, oh, yeah, Jamie, that's right. You're not the only guy in the booth who's been called to JRM and won a race. Let's go.
Parker Kligerman, a winner here at Daytona International Speedway.
This is such a fun moment, and I hope everyone else is getting the joy that I am in this, because this is just a cool moment. It's a unique moment, Seth, and I think more than anything is it's just really awesome for a guy in Parker Kligerman. I mentioned he made his debut in this series 16 years ago. It doesn't feel like Parker Kligerman's that old, but he's been at this a long time. We talked about the Roval race that he should have had taken away from him by terrible officiating. Let's call a spade. And then to come back and win at Daytona this year in the Truck Series and have that taken away too to get this, that's awesome.
Yep, and Connor and Kelly, most appreciative of the effort from Kligerman tonight.
Connor Zilich will get the points for the win. Not the playoff points, remember. But he will get the points for the win. We'll see if that puts him ahead, keeps him ahead of Justin Allgaier in the standings or not, because remember, Allgaier won a stage earlier tonight and still did finish second. In fact, JRM 1, 2, 3 with Zilich, officially, and then Allgaier and Smith. And as said in the comments section on YouTube here, Carson Quaffle, how about him? He was one lap down a few laps before overtime. He comes back to finish 11th. So that JRM, they are the dominant team in this series, no doubt about it. And spectacular tonight as well. As, let's see, we do get the points update here. Thank you, JT. And that is Justin Allgaier has taken over the regular season championship lead. Coming into the night, it was Zilich by 7. Coming out of the night, it's Allgaier by 4. So an 11-point swing there. But, again, if Zilich didn't even start the race tonight, it would have been so much worse. He would have gotten no points, of course. Sam Mayer is still within striking distance for that championship. If that number I'm seeing is correctly, and it's kind of blurry to me, forgive me, I think that's 26 that Mayer is behind. You can see it on your screen if you're watching on YouTube. Josh has the points on screen. The results have been on screen. We're not going to go through the results and the points like we normally do because JT, our guy, who is amazing in everything he does, it is closing in on 4:30 a.m. local time. So JT would kindly like us to, very good, thank you. JT would kindly like us to shut up and be done with this. So Seth, of course you don't, you never sleep. So Seth, your final thoughts in this one.
Well, no golf highlights tonight, by the way.
Okay, that makes sense.
But, yeah, what a fun race. What a fun story. The win for Kligerman, I'm absolutely gutted for Ryan Sieg. I was really hoping he would get the job done, but he couldn't quite get it done. Your heart goes out for him, but again, you just got to feel for, you got to feel happy for Parker Kligerman. Again, it's not going to count, but man, it's a big, big win. And what a win it is for Kligerman unofficially. And now we go to the, and now we move on to tomorrow night, which, my goodness, how much fun is that going to be?
Yeah, hopefully it gives us as much entertainment as tonight did, and hopefully it doesn't give us as much weather delay as tonight did, as we were close to midnight Eastern time getting finished up here. Yeah, can't wait for tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern time on USRN and JBM for the NASCAR Cup Series regular season finale, the Coke Zero Sugar 400 at Daytona. Should be a wildly dramatic thrill ride. hope you will join us for it. Tonight, amazing on so many levels. I do echo Seth's thoughts. Just Ryan Sieg. You just have to hope that one day it happens for him, because once again, another close call for him without making the trip to victory lane. So that will do it for us tonight in Daytona. Xfinity Series from here will go next Saturday in prime time in Portland, Oregon. 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time next Saturday night. In fact, next 3 races for the series in prime time: Portland, Gateway, and Bristol. That's exactly what JT wants to hear. All 3 of those races starting after midnight in England. Well done.
I still don't think he cares.
We'll see you tomorrow night. The winner tonight is Connor Zilich and Parker Kligerman. Good night from Daytona.